Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper of Viperland, and I am back here in Steins Gate 0, taking a short break from Elden Ring, though it kills me a bit inside to not be playing it right now. Obviously, hello, Grim, Ramen, Soar, and Potions. How y'all doing tonight? Now the voice ban. I mean, oh man. You could, but a visual novel night's that's a night for it. That's a night. So, we finished another ending not last week, the week before, because we took off this past weekend for Elden Ring. So we're back to point C, and we need to get to the point where we answer the phone. I guess I didn't save it perfectly. See, I don't want to force skip. Which one's regular skip? I already forgot. Where under help. I forgot it's an actual instruction booklet. Just there to go. I don't want to force skip. L1 is force, R1 is not forced. Okay. That gets us just... I mean, those are messages we've probably seen. Oh, yeah. That's just text messages, but, like, the phone should ring, and that's when we're going to have to answer it. We didn't answer it last time. We ignored it. That got us set on that path. This time we answer it, and it should be a different path. I don't remember when in the day it rings. It should stop us, I assume. If it doesn't, I'll have to go back, but it should stop us when the phone rings. I hope. Otherwise, we're manually doing this, yo. Yeah, we finished the second ending last time. Have to call her, contact her via Ryan. I forget who we're calling. Please call, there you go. Out of 5? Out of 5. When we finish the 5th one, it'll just continue to the true ending. So I guess you could argue 6, but it's really just a continuation of the 5th one. The true ending always comes off of the 5th ending, so the guide is really just to make sure we get that one last. That's all it is. I don't remember. Made it through after a few calls. Well, let's see. Okay, so it does let us skip it. This is the point. Okay, I'm going to save it here again because... No, we don't need point C anymore. We don't. But this we ignored last time, now we're picking it up. Hello? Help me. Krisu? Help me, Okabe. In that instant, I suddenly felt incredibly dizzy and everything went black. Starting strong, you know. It's the call we ignored last ending. Also, hey Eric, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Now we haven't seen Kiryu lately. Oh, I didn't see what the number was. I should have been paying attention. I felt like I was floating up from the bottom of a black pit. My mind slowly began to clear. Yeah, the third ending begins. Where am I? I slowly looked around the room. There was no way I could mistake it. This was the Future Gadgets lab, the place I'd been just a moment ago. There was nothing unusual about it, except for the fact that everyone was missing. They'd all been there just a moment ago, but now they're all gone. It was released in February. Yeah, I know, right? Sophie 2 is just gonna sweep. Look at the clock. Oh, nice. Cool. I think I'm probably gonna nab it tomorrow. It had been just about 3 p.m. when I'd finished my call with Maho. Only a few minutes had passed. Sophie 2's the shoo-in for Game of the Year. Elden Ring isn't winning Game of the Year? It might not. Elden Ring is not a game that appeals to everyone. But the people it appeals to strongly. It is an evolution of the Souls-like formula with new takes on characters, with new takes on combat, to a degree. Not quite Bloodborne new takes, but still. An open world, and an obvious amount of love, care, and attention, and time put into the game. To me, that could make it Game of the Year, but the people who don't like Souls games aren't gonna like it, still. So, like, it will probably be my Game of the Year, unless man, Sunbreak, though. I'm really excited for Sunbreak. Really excited for Sunbreak, but I'd even argue Horizon appeals to more people. Oh, Horizon won't win Game of the Year because it's console exclusive. More people can play Elden Ring. But who knows? Right now, I'm feeling like it's my Game of the Year, but there's plenty of people who just don't like that style of game, and this one's not going to change their mind. Absolutely not. So, you know. Unlikely. Isuka. Isuka is going to be a life-changing experience one way or another. I don't know how it's going to change my life, but it's going to change my life. I'm predicting not for the better, but you know, stranger things have happened. Even if I'd passed out, it was impossible to imagine all of them leaving me here. Which meant, no way. I took a slow walk around the room. There were other strange things. Daru's PC, for example. There was a thin layer of dust on the keyboard, as if no one had used it for a while. And then the corner of the room. Normally that was where Mayuri put her bags. The paper bags where she always puts the cosplay outfit she was working on. I'd seen them there just a moment ago, but now they're gone. Could this be... The world line changed again. But why? Come to think of it, Krisu's words from before. Yeah. Help me. That's a great thing to hear right before it changes. Why would Krisu say something like that? 2 is just going to suddenly drop like early fall and all hell breaks loose. Yeah, that's the thing. No other exclusive on a system stands a chance at winning Game of the Year, but there's just so many people who have Nintendo hardware. A Nintendo exclusive game could win Game of the Year. And don't get me wrong, I am sure Breath of the Wild 2, whether it comes out this year, next year, whenever, is going to be fantastic. I have no doubts of that. But considering how little the first one hooked me, and how hard Elden Ring has hooked me, Elden Ring will still be my Game of the Year. That's just me, though. But clearly, if they had to compete against each other, yeah, Breath of the Wild 2 will win Game of the Year because it appeals to more people. As long as it's still as high quality as the first one, and you can still feel the amount of love and attention that the first one did, yeah, Elden Ring would never stand a chance because it just appeals to more people. Oh, 16. I am so ready for 16. Yoshi P saves mainline Final Fantasy. I still really liked, even up to 13, I liked 13, but... And I have good memories of bits of 15. But they dropped the ball on the story. Literally the heart of a JRPG, and they dropped the ball on it. Miserably. Chaos is this month? Yup, it is. So... Yeah, the first half of 15 is good, but then... all the stuff they set up, they do nothing with. At all. Oh, 13's got a great OST. And I will defend 13. I will absolutely throw 13-2 under the bus. I'll also defend Lightning Returns. 15 just... There was a lot of good ideas there, and if they didn't have to change what the game was 9 times because of a certain someone and just made a game, it would have been fantastic. Still the best fishing minigame. Hard stop. No game has done a better fishing minigame than 15. Hard stop. That is my bar. I don't think anything's going to pass that for a while. Why would Krisu say something like that? Did it have something to do with the world line shift? I took the phone out of my pocket and went to start the Amadeus app and then stopped. It's gone. The Amadeus icon was gone from my phone. What's going on here? My mind raced to try and come up with an explanation, but of course I came up with nothing. Calm down. Just find out what's going on here. Stardew Valley is better fishing? Lies. Don't get me wrong, I like fishing in Stardew. Like, I like fishing in all the games that have fishing minigames, but if we're talking quality of the game, of the minigame, 15. No doubt. No, 14 has masochistic fishing. 14 is still pretty good. The amount of things you can do and the ways you can influence what you catch are pretty great. But 15. I needed to calmly find out what this world line was like. I was about to walk towards the door to find out when... the back of the room. I heard a sound from the back of the development room, which no one ever used anymore. Someone was there. Ooh. Only mooching, clearly, yes. Arise was really good. Arise would probably be top 3, but like, Arise doesn't beat 14, or 15. For like, sheer like, quality and quantity of things you can do in that fishing game. It helps that 15 made it the favorite pastime of the protagonist. Arise made it the hobby pastime of a side character they didn't give as much attention as the main characters. She wasn't side, she was still a main character, but she didn't get quite as much attention as, like, the main pair. Still a good game. I liked it a lot. It was fun. The fishing game. I mean, I liked Arise too, but specifically the fishing game I liked. It was top 3. I think the other one would probably be I don't even know what I'd put in the other top 3. I'd have to go think about it. But it doesn't beat 15. Daru? Mayuri? I slowly approached. I almost couldn't breathe. I never forgot. I'd never forgotten her. The girl standing there was Krisu Makise. You know, just... Oh, I didn't even pay attention to the number, so it was below 1%. Ah, okay. I actually also just missed that because I was reading chat. What's the chapter name? Anatomic Duel. Krisu Makise was looking down at something. This is impossible. Krisu couldn't be here because she was dead. Was I seeing things? Was my desire to see her making me hallucinate? But it seemed far too realistic to be a hallucination. Still, it felt that if I spoke a word, she'd disappear. I couldn't say a thing. What was she staring at, without even moving a muscle? She was so still that I thought she must be hallucination after all, but then... Huh? She finally exhaled a little and slowly turned around. Oh. She's got a different model. But not, well, it's not a model, it's a drawing, but my throat was dry and I couldn't speak. If you were standing there, you should have said something. You scared me. Happy New Year's. Yeah, it's just stressed Okabe noises. Anyway, it's not often I see you come by anymore. I still love the, like, massive oversaturation of the red on the tie. Like, there's red ties, and then there's that. Okabe? Oh yeah, just gotta twist the knife more, right? Just keep twisting the knife. It's really you, isn't it? What the heck kind of way to start off New Year's is that? Are you okay? Did you eat something bad? Even a slightly peeved expression. What? And the gentle flash you sometimes saw in her eyes. And this... What's wrong? Are you really okay? Even her warmth. Hey, what are you doing? Surprised Krisu face. Still all black. Okabe. It wasn't a hallucination. Why is my phone... Okay. Or an artificial intelligence on a screen. It was the real Krisu Makise. The real live Krisu Makise. Okabe, please, let me go. I'm sorry, but let me stay like this just a little bit longer. Are you crying? I realized for the first time that my cheeks were wet. I felt her soft hands on my back. Don't worry, it's okay now. It's okay, it's okay. She whispered to me in a soft voice and patted me on the back, then wrapped her arms around me, like a kind mother holding a child. I'm sorry. I finally calmed myself down. She was still there. She still existed. Now that I'd calmed down, I realized what that meant. No, don't worry about it. It happens to me too sometimes.
そういうこと
I can guarantee you that that exact thing does not happen to you sometimes, but I get the point of, like, emotions, weird, powerful, got it.
思い出したんでしょ
You were thinking about my area.
メリ
Oh,
のこと
oh, yeah. That's right, Krisu was here, which meant this was the Alpha World line. The world without Mayuri. The world when Mayuri died. Some small part of me had wished that this was the world beyond Steins Gate, that it was a new future which someone else had opened for me. But of course, that was too good to be true. There was no way for me to know what had happened. But I must have made my choice, to give up on Mayuri. There was the future where she was gone. Confronted once more with the reality of Mayuri's death, my heart felt like it was about to burst. How had she died?
岡部
Did they push her in front of a train? Did they shoot her? Man, Mamoru Miyano goes hard. Just all the time. Or...
落ち着いて
Calm down. Krisu's tiny hand wrapped around mine.
ほら
Okay? Come on, deep breaths. Little by little, my racing heart began to calm down.
ごめん
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything.
いや
No, it's not that. It's not...
薬飲む
Are you going to take something? I'll bring you some water. I rummaged through my pockets and found a small box of pills. So, when the world lines change... he shouldn't bring anything with him besides memories. So that means the fact that he's got the box of pills and the black lab coat means that's also how he handles Mayuri's death, the same way. He didn't take those with him, but, like, that's just the same way he handles Mayuri. It was the same anxiety medication that I'd already been taking. Even in this world, I was still on the same drugs. I looked around the room while Krisu got me some water from the tap.
ねえ岡部
Hey, Akabe?
どうして
Why
どうしてここに来たの
why did you come back here? What?
ここにはずっと寄りつかなかった
You
でしょ
haven't come here for a long time, you know? Even Hashida stopped coming.
ダルも
Daru too? Yeah. The room was awfully clean then. I took a closer look and saw that there were a few places like Daru's PC that were covered in dust, but the rest seems to have been regularly cleaned.
お前は
You, Krisu, you've been coming here?
時々ね
Sometimes.
じゃないと
It'd be sad
寂
otherwise.
しいだろうと思う
Didn't have to ask who they were. Mayuri loved this place. She loved the Future Gadgets lab. She loved the time she spent with all the lab members here.
ごめんね
I'm sorry.
どうして謝る
Why are you apologizing? Because I waited, but no answer ever came. What was she apologizing for? For talking about Mayuri? For making me remember? Or for making me
クリ
choose?
ス
何
What?
あいや
No, nothing. Okay. If I said something, she'd answer me right away. I could reach out and touch her. That alone brought me to the verge of tears. If I just stayed here like this. What was I thinking? I'd given up on everything and left her to die. And still, I was happy to be back here in this world line with Krisu. As I was sad over losing Mayuri, part of me was thinking I wanted to stay here, even though I didn't have the right. If there was a god in this world, he must be a cruel, twisted being. Why was he doing this to me again? Was what I'd done that wrong? I'd already made my choice once. There was no way to save the world. There was no way to save Krisu, but... With Krisu in front of me, I was already starting to waver. Should I go back to the Beta world line? Should I send the D-mail? The D-mail?
そういえば
Hey, what happened to the
電話レン
phone
ジ過去
wave?
借りよ
What?
どう
You
って
destroyed it. Did you forget?
あ
Yeah, that's right.
あ
The phone
そう
wave
だ
no
った
longer existed, it seemed. Of course it didn't. Its mere existence had made us a target of CERN. But without it, I couldn't leave this world line on my own. So even if I did stay here in this world line, it wouldn't be my responsibility. It wasn't my fault, and it wasn't something I'd wanted. Which meant...
ねえ岡部
Hey, Okabe.
悪いんだけど
Sorry.
何
Could
か
you
飲
go
む
get
も
me
の
something
買
to
ってきて
drink?
飲むもの
Something to
ちょ
drink?
っと喉乾いちゃったのよねできれば温
That's
かいも
fine,
のがいい
you
わ
can have one. Yeah. I mean, you could win one and sell it, I guess. Win one and give it away. I'm thirsty, you know? Something warm if you could.
インスタントのコーヒーぐらいな
I
ら
can make instant coffee if you want. Wasn't that what Krisu had always made me do? 2 cubes of sugar, no milk.
コーヒ
Or
ー
add a coffee.
分かった
Okay. Yeah, I should go. I want to get outside and think things through.
ミルクと砂糖の入った
Stack it on the other. Yeah, exactly. Something sweet with milk and sugar.
ミルクは入れないんじゃなか
I
った
thought you didn't put milk in your
寒い
coffee.
日には思いっきり
On
甘ったる
cold
いも
days,
の
I
を
always
飲み
want
たくな
something
る
sweet and creamy. A PS10.
了解だ
Roger. Win one and just keep it aside in case anything happens. Yeah. It's true. If Gurren Lagann has taught me anything, it's just slap one on top of the other. It's more powerful. I stood up and headed for the door, but turned around halfway. Play games from the future.
何
What?
いや
No. It felt like if I took my eyes off her, she'd disappear, but that was far too embarrassing to say.
岡部しっかりね
Hang in there.
子供じゃないんだ
I'm not a kid. I can run a simple errand.
そうね
Yeah, you're right.
いってらっしゃい
Bye. Oh man, so exciting. My whole body relaxed the second I stepped outside of the lab. Evidently, meeting the living Krisu had made me really tense. I didn't know how to talk to her or what to say anymore, even though I'd spoken to Krisu like it was the most normal thing in the world. I still couldn't believe it though. Was this really the Alpha world line? Now, if Krisu was here, it had to be. But then, why? Who had caused the world line change and how? That call from Krisu, was that what triggered it somehow? No, I should stop thinking about it. If someone else had caused it somehow, I shouldn't get involved anymore. I didn't want to. I didn't want to overthrow the structure of the world anymore. I just wanted to live in peace. In a universe with no world lines or attractor fields. A world line convergence zone. This is the standard accepted model for quantum physics in 2036 after the many worlds interpretation and the Copenhagen interpretation. It is a deterministic interpretation where many world lines gather into a world branch called an attractor field. This attractor field is simply a zone in which all world lines will evidently reach the same end result. Major splits in the world line at the attractor field level are called world line trunks. One pre-2010 example of a world line trunk is the year 2000. Yeah, sometimes you go Steins Gate, sometimes you go Guilty Gear, sometimes you go Neo the World Ends With You, like, you know, the year 2000 just splits all the way. I'd stopped letting the whims of fate rule my life. There was nothing left that I could do. Suddenly, something seemed very wrong. Krisu's words a moment ago, what did they mean?
岡部しっかりね
She couldn't mean to. I turned around and rushed back into the lab.
クリス
What?
クリスお前
What? Krisu, you...
それ
that...
あ
Too bad.
あ参った
I
わね
guess you found me.
見つかっちゃったか
She was just where I'd seen her the first time, standing and looking towards the back of the development room. In the depths of the darkness, in a spot that just a moment ago had been covered by a cloth, I saw an old microwave with its door taken off. A cooking appliance that heats the moisture in food using microwaves. They were originally called radar ranges, radar in this case referring to electromagnetic waves. Microwave ovens were invented when a communications radar technician realized that EM waves could warm food. Research was done on the process after that, and in 1947 they were sold to the public in America. Microwave ovens use waves in the 2.45 GHz frequency range, with home units having an output between 500 to 1000 watts, and commercial ovens between 1500 and 2000 watts. This frequency range is called the ISM band, and it's the same one used by wireless internet, which is why sometimes, if your microwave oven isn't shielded great, it can interfere with Wi-Fi. Unless you're on the 5 gigahertz. The phone wave, name subject to change. Future gadget number 8. Yeah, we do. Thankfully, we have a new microwave now, and I don't have to worry about it either way. It was the gadget that had changed my fate. No, the fate of the world. Literally I mean... Yes, it is a form of radiation, but like... By that sense, I'm irradiating myself right now with just visible light. Like, yes, but also... It's just waves. How? Didn't I destroy it? Yes, you did. Not bad. That's funny, yeah. This is a new one I made. You could call it the Phone Wave Custom. It's more accurate to say that we just vibrate the hell out of the water molecules until it gets hot. Literally just take the water molecules and just shake the hell out of them until it just gets hot. Or wasn't the real name a little longer? Maybe it should be the Phone Wave, name subject to change, custom. The name doesn't matter. You remade it. Why? To send a message to the past. I'm going to send a message and change the world line. No, maybe it would be better to say fix rather than change. I actually finished this over a month ago, and since then I've just been standing here wondering whether or not I should send the message. I certainly didn't expect you to come see me, though. What are you... Tell me, Okabe. You just came from another world line, didn't you? Too smart. It was probably the Beta world line, am I wrong? You could tell? You'd never do something like that otherwise. Something like what? Well, the way you hugged me, you know. It was all so wonderful. The way her cheeks reddened in embarrassment as she looked away. The way she pursed her lips. The way she fiddled with the ends of her hair. Everything was just so wonderful. I realized it again. I was in love with her. And what's more, someone else caused the world line to change. You didn't do it voluntarily. Am I right? So you know everything then. You realize how much time I've spent watching you? Huh? No, it's not like that. I didn't mean like watching you. Well, I mean, I do mean it in that sense, but... Anyway, she took a deep breath and looked up at me. You came from the Beta world line, then you chose that world once before. Doesn't it? I assume that was supposed to be like, that means you chose that world once before, doesn't it? She was so far beyond what I could hope to be. In those brief moments, she discovered all that. She was right about everything. But even so, I couldn't let her know. Admitting that would mean admitting that I'd left her to die. There was no way I could do that. I'm sorry. In the end, that was all I said. But that was an admission all the same. But instead of looking sad, she... Don't apologize, dummy. It was your choice, right? So have confidence in it. She tried to cheer me up. That's right. Krisu was right. I was the one who chose on the Beta world line, but... And you know, I don't think you were wrong. You just got here, so you wouldn't know, but for the last several months you've done nothing but blame yourself. Only you knew. Only you knew. Not that you'll ever let me see it. It was the same. It was the same as what I'd gone through. It was the same as the Beta world line. But there's nothing I could do. Because your pain was because of me. You'd suffered so much to let me live. But that ends today. It has to. Because if it doesn't, the guilt is going to keep eating away at you, and in the end, it will crush you. It's the same. What do you mean? In the end, no matter which choice I make, I regret it. Not being able to save you, not being able to save Mayuri. It doesn't matter whether I'm in the Alpha world line or the Beta world line. So maybe I should just stay here. Get a hold of yourself, Rintaro Okabe. Snap out of it. This isn't like you. The
The
Kyoma Hoyoin I love is always more confident. Kyoma Hoyoin, huh? It's weird that in the first game they do it last name, first name, and this one they do first name, like they swap it, they try to make it Americanized, but it's just like, I'm so used to like hearing them say it that way and it being written that way, and they just like swap it. Which is fine if it was consistent. Like, I know the Danganronpa games do that, but they do it consistently. It's weird that one is one and one's the other. And these are both the official releases. Like, these aren't fan-translated. The only fan-translated one we did was Robotics Note. No, not Robotics Note. Sorry, Chaos Head. That was a name I hadn't heard in a long time. Like, especially because it's one of the first times they've said it in this game. It feels weird saying Kyoma Hoyoin. It's always the other way around. You made the right choice. You chose to save my Yuri, and you weren't wrong. But I let you... Listen, what you're seeing right now is... it's a dream, that's all. A dream? That's right, you had a dream where you met me, that's all. Middle, last, first, clearly. Different translation teams for each official release apparently never bothered to keep it consistent. It's not world-ending, it's just that little bit of like, oh, that's off. It's different. Well, doesn't that make you feel a little better? Krisu sighed a little and laughed. Also, welcome to Viperland in the chat, by the way. We've learned so much about how the brain works, but we still don't understand the mechanisms by which we dream. The brain organizes and processes memories during sleep. One theory says that dreams are a result of that process. In other words, this is a dream world being experienced by you in the beta world line, so you can get your head together, you know? And if it's a dream, you have to wake up someday, am I wrong? But this isn't a dream, you're right. I reached out and touched her cheek. You're right here, aren't you? Touch sensations are just another of the brain's functions. She took a quick step back. The sensation of her cheek disappeared from my fingers. You won't be happy here anyway. You'll never be rid of the regret. And neither will I. It doesn't change in the beta world line either. I've done nothing but regret that I couldn't save you. But Mayuri is happy at least, isn't she? Mayuri is... She doesn't know anything, because that's what I wanted. I wanted her to know nothing and be happy. For now, that wish was still coming true, but... You want Mayuri to be happy. So do I. I'm the same way. Which means that you made the right choice after all. I'd finally met her again, but... She was here, alive, right in front of me, but... Oh, come on. She walked up to me without even trying to hide her frustration. Stop this nonsense already, Rintaro Okabe. You've already reached your conclusion. You can't stay here. You have to go back. You have to wake up from the dream. Because I don't want to see you suffer like this anymore. Come on, this is a waste of time. I'm doing it. She turned away from me. I could feel the strength of her will, her resolve. I remembered what I'd seen just after I'd come to this world line. Risu had been just standing there, in front of the foam wave. Thinking back, she'd probably already made her decision, without anyone knowing, without anyone to say goodbye to. She'd chosen to go to a world where she would no longer exist. It'd probably taken her a long time and a lot of struggle to come to that decision. She probably asked herself 1,000 times if it was really the right answer. If this is what she'd chosen after all that, I don't have the right to stop her. It would be wrong. Hey, Okabe? Before you wake up, promise me something. What? When you get to the beta world line, forget about me. That was just the opposite of what she said that day. That day, the day when I'd chosen the beta world line, she'd said to me, don't forget me. But now she was asking for the opposite. Forget you. You know I can't do that. She was always like that. She always cared more about others than herself. She always sacrificed herself. She was asking me this for my sake only. She didn't want to be forgotten. She hated being forgotten more than anyone else could. Remember what I said? This is a dream. Once you wake up from a dream, you forget what happened, right? She was stubborn and bullheaded. I would never be able to forget her, but I still remember the nightmares I had when I was a little
あれ
kid.
が悪夢な
What are you calling a nightmare? It was all I could do to keep from breaking down, but it was probably the same for her.
とにかく
Anyway,
私のことを
forget about
忘れ
me.
ることは
Forget about what happened today
今
and
日
everything that came
それが
before.
私の
That's what I
望み
want.
だから
We turned around, stuck out her pinky finger. She forced it around mine.
指切り玄
It's a
米
pinky promise. Lie and I'll stab an electrode into your hippocampus. Got it?
随分と語呂が
Doesn't rhyme at all. Shut up. Her hand moved away from mine. Her gaze looked away from me. It was almost time to say goodbye. She was sending a message to the past. I knew it was the right thing to do. I knew this is what she wanted. But still,
クリス
our voices overlapped. What is it?
あんたこ
You
そ
first.
なんでもない
It's nothing. I just wanted to say it out loud.
呼んでみただけだ
The name of the person I cared for.
偶然ね
What a coincidence.
私も
So did I.
同じ
The name of the person I loved.
ね
Hey,
えあん
do
た
you
は
remember when we
覚えてる
first met?
忘れられるわけ
Of
が
course I
ない
do. You made a hell of a first impression.
それを言うならあんたの
So
方こ
did
そ
you.
ほんと
Really? I never
あの
thought
時
things would
は
end
ま
up like
ま
this.
さか
Never thought that encounter would lead to meeting someone so important to me. Not that I'd say it now.
まったくだな
That's right. Couldn't say it, but
でも言っ
but
とく
just so
け
you
ど
know, you're only allowed to remember our
私
meeting
たちの
right
出会い
now.
も覚えてていい
Even
の
for a
が前
little.
の世界線が戻ったら
Once the world line goes back, you have to forget. Even just for a second.
分かってるよ
I know. Just for an instant.
うん
So you're going to forget me,
そんなに
just like
簡単に
that?
忘れられるんだ
It would last just a little
お前が
longer.
言い出したことだろ
This was your idea. Voice.
そうだけど
That's true, but it still pisses me off to hear you just say it like it was
そ
nothing.
れはそれでムカつく
The way she
忘れろ
moved.
と言ったり
First you want me to forget, then you want me to not forget? Which is it?
一
A
体どっち
smile. It's a joke. I'm just kidding.
なんだ
Oh, it's a joke?
そう
Yeah,
嘘
just a joke. Just a little longer so that I could remember it all. But I was out of time.
岡部
ん
それじゃあ
Bye. Those words were the sign that the magic was over. Yeah. There were a million things I wanted to say, but I stopped myself. Krisu smiled, satisfied, and turned back towards the phone wave. She probably already had the message ready. The phone wave started to boom and crackle like thunder. It was a long, long countdown. The whole time, Krisu faced away from me. And I just watched. The noise got louder, the countdown continued, and then it was time.
岡部
Kabe, it's time to wake up.
目覚めよ
Krisu turned around and with a big smile on her face. The voice was cut off by the roar. Well, number go up. Then I woke up from my short dream. Do have to just... Sorry, the monitor's a bit dusty and I only really notice it when the lights are on like this. There you go. Color gradually returned to my blacked out vision. The lab started to come back into focus. I could tell immediately that the world line had changed. I could still see Krisu when I closed my eyes, but she wasn't in the development room anymore. It was like the whole thing had been a daydream. I felt like I'd been caught in the boundary between dreaming and wakefulness. I was back to a world without Krisu. This wasn't the Alpha world line. There was no point in even bothering to check. A moment ago, only Krisu and I had been in this room, and now everyone was here. Ocarine, what's wrong? Are you sick?
いや
No, I'm
大
fine.
丈夫だ
Ayuri.
お薬
Want some medicine?
平気だよ
I'm fine, no need to worry. Lukiko, and...
本当に
Really? You shouldn't push yourself. Kagari Shina. Mayuri and Kagari were here. That meant I was back to the Beta world
ちょっ
line.
と
Just a little hungry. I haven't eaten anything all day. Ah, come on, Ocarine. You need to eat or you won't get big like Uncle Daru.
ああなるくらい
I'd rather skip a meal than end up like him.
マシだよ
Huh? Okay, Mayushi will make something then. You will? Mommy? Can you? Ah, Kagari, not you too. Yuki's been teaching me things lately.
あ、じゃあ
Okay
僕が
then,
手伝って
I'll help too.
待ってくれ。
Wait,
あ
huh?
すみません
Sorry, should I not
い
help?
や、そうじ
No,
ゃない。
that's not it. That's not it at
そうじゃない
all.
んだ。
I looked around at everyone, and then back at
か
Kagari.
がりさん。
Miss Shina.
やだな
Ah, Ogreen, I said you could just call me Kagari. Something was different.
かがり。
Okay, Kagari, can I ask you what you were calling my Yuri? Hmm? Well, I called her mommy. Why? Why? Because she's my mommy, right, mommy? Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing to hear that. Felt vaguely dizzy watching Mayuri fidget in embarrassment.
知ってるのか？
Then the two of you know that you're mother and daughter in the future. Huh? You're the one who told me about her.
俺が？
I did? That's right. You said it would be better to know the truth, right? Yup. Did I really tell them? Did I tell them something so important?
じゃあ、
Then does Lukuko also...
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to listen in, but I heard it
聞く
anyway.
つもりはなかったんですけど
Lukuko lowered his head in an apology.
あ、でも
Oh, but don't worry, I haven't told anyone, and
僕
being able to share in everyone's secrets kind of made me happy.
本当は
Because we get a timeline where Lukuko is, you know, in on the secret. I would have been happier if you told me directly, but even Lukuko knew about Mayuri and Kagari, which meant that, of course,
でも
still, I was really surprised. I thought that the time machine was only fiction.
未来
I had no idea you could make it
お
real.
話の世界のものだって思ってたんですけど実現できるなんて
He knew about the time machine. Evidently, I hadn't simply come straight back from the Alpha World Line. I was in a world line slightly different from the one I'd been in before. Oh yeah, this is concentrated happiness. Sorry, I'm taking... I love this herbal tea. But I don't like that there's no string on the tea bag, so I just kind of... I drape it over the side and I pull it out and like squeeze it dry, but like then my hands get tea on them, which isn't the worst. It's just leaf water, I get it. I understand, but at the same time it's like, ew, hand wet, I don't want that. I mean, that's what tea is, isn't it? It's hot leaf water. I can't take credit for that. That was Avatar, wasn't it? It was definitely Avatar The Last Airbender. But they're right. The divergence meter I'd used before was gone now. That meant I didn't have a precise number, but this all felt very different. The problem was finding out what was the same as the old world line and what was different.
かがり。
Clearly.
もう少し質問
That's
させて
true.
ほしい。
This is herbal stuff. It's like berries. So it's still probably... Excuse me. Hibiscus, rose hips, roasted chicory, orange peel, blackberry leaves. Yeah, so it's various leaves. Viper doesn't blaze it. He's so excited. Yeah, clearly. Soak weed every day. Yeah. Kagari, can I ask you some more questions? What is it? I showered Kagari with questions in an effort to find out what was going on. Here's what I learned. First, Kagari retained her memories of her childhood, in other words, of the year 2036. She knew Mayuri, Daru, Suzuha, and also Ferris and Lukuko. But as for what the world of 2036 was like, and how she'd become Mayuri's daughter, she hadn't told them the details about that. Fortunately, they hadn't seemed interested in knowing about their futures. Everyone always thinks they'd want to know what their future holds, but when the chance finally comes, fear outweighs your curiosity. The future wasn't always a happy thing. Knowing the future might destroy your dreams. Might be a death sentence like it was for me. Some people would lose all sense of meaning in their lives if they knew there was inevitably going to be a war in which 5 billion people died.
それじゃあ
Then it was definitely your staying at Lukuko's that brought you here, right? Yep. And it was you who brought me and Mom together, Ogreen, don't you
い
remember?
や、そういうわけじゃない
Right.
んだが。
I just thought I'd double check, you know. Double check, huh? You're acting weird, Ogreen. I mean, I'd say when isn't he, but in this game he's actually usually acting depressed, not weird. And not acting, he's just depressed. Previously would be the oops all weird Chuni. Also, hold on, it's a little warm. I feel like I can't get the temperature right. It's just barely too warm for this hoodie, but it's just like on that line of like, I take it off and I'm like, I could put the hoodie back on. It's like, it's on that line. Like 1 extra degree either way would be a definitive answer of like, yes, I should have it, or no, I shouldn't. But it's on like the 1 degree. I put it on like minutes before the stream because I was like, oh, I'll need it. Kagari going missing had happened almost exactly as I had remembered it. The same was true of how she came to us. And you don't remember anything about what you were doing while you were missing? No, not a thing. The first thing I can remember is lying in a bed in a temple. She was still missing some of her memories too. In other words, in this world line, the only memories she had were of her childhood and of the last few weeks since she'd woken up in the Chiba Mountains. The most important part was still missing. Several years worth, yeah. Was there anything else I needed to ask? I was staring at the floor, trying to think, when I realized that something was missing. The floor is clean. Oh, I cleaned it before you came. No, that's not it. Wasn't there a little hole in the floor? A hole in the floor? The lab had been attacked just last night. During the attack, one of their bullets had left a dark hole in the floor. Was there a hole there? I don't think so. By the way, how was yesterday? The party? It was a lot of fun. I've never had so much fun in my life. They wouldn't say that if there had been an attack, which meant that the attack had never taken place. Was there no one after Kagari in this world line? No, it was too early to assume that. I still don't know what had happened when she'd gone missing. Until I did, I couldn't say for sure if she was safe. Just like how sometimes Mayuri's death would occur in different days in the Alpha world line, the same thing might have happened a few days later. In fact, it would be better to be cautious. I hope we can all have another party again soon. When we do, I'll make something. Me too, I'll help. They all started happily talking about last night's party. At first glance, it was a peaceful scene, but something sinister might be happening and I just didn't know it. No, I knew something had to be happening. The fact that the world line was changing was proof. Why had it changed anyway? I thought back to the events of that night. First, someone had taken over Amadeus. Krisu had called me and asked for help. The world line had changed right after I'd answered, which meant that the key was Amadeus. Did Amadeus have something to do with the world line change? And what about the group who'd attacked Kagari? Was it all connected? Maybe I needed to find out. By the way, Kagari, are you okay on time? Oh no, break time's over. The owner is going to get mad at me. The owner? Do you have a job? That's right, I'm working at the Brawn workshop downstairs. Wait, I already told you this. I see. In the old world line, Kagari had started working for Tenoji after the attack. That was another difference. Jeez, you're so out of it today, O'Crane. Get a hold of yourself. Sorry. Kagari hopped up and skipped out of the room. Like, clearly they emphasize from the first time it happens in the first game how utterly disorienting world line changing is. Like, massively disorienting to have that happen. And then, like, cognitive dissonance is a powerful force. Going, I know this to be true, but seeing proof in front of your eyes that it is not true is also powerful. Add on the emotional just backstabbing and front stabbing and just stabbing all over his body of going to a world line with Krisu there and having that happen. He was broken already, but this was just snap, you know. Yeah, Green is always 100% rational. Yeah, clearly. Except now he's like 99%. Kagari hopped up and skipped out of the room. Her words and mannerisms were much more childish than they'd been in the last world line. Work hard, Kay? Okay, bye. Kagari, let me ask one more thing before you go. I asked one final question to Kagari, who is now giving a crisp salute. Does the word Amadeus mean anything to you? Amadeus? Kari seemed to think for a moment. Nope, nothing.
そうか。
See. She didn't look like she was lying or being sarcastic. She must really not have known. I watched her leave the lab, then took out my phone. There was another thing I needed to check. What was happening with Amadeus? I looked for the icon on my screen. Amadeus, the AI that held Krisu Makase's personality and memories. In the application, which started the program was gone.
悪かったな。
Sorry to call you out here. A lot happens in this one day. This is still the second. Like, jeez. Sorry to call you out here. It's fine. I just happened to be nearby. After seeing the icon missing from my phone, I'd contacted Maho immediately. My goal, of course, was to see what was going on with Amadeus in this world. I had to find out. So, what did he want to talk about? It's about Amadeus. What? Maho's eyes suddenly went wide. Her reaction surprised me as well. I had simply said the word Amadeus. How do you know? What do you mean? How do you know about Amadeus? That program was put on hold last summer after Krisu's death. Amadeus was put on hold. Yeah, she didn't say the message. You mean the project itself was shut down? Yeah, that's right. She clenched her fist in anger. It seemed the change in this word line was a big one. Now, answer my question. How did you know about Amadeus? Because... Should I tell her about the world lines and attractor field theory? Krisu told me that someone at the lab was doing work on it. Krisu told you about that. I decided that it wasn't the time to tell her. If I tried to explain everything, I'd have to tell her about D-mail and the time machine. Maho didn't seem to know about all that yet. I could imagine what she'd do if she heard the truth. She was yet another of those people who were entranced by the possibilities of science. A scientist? Can you tell me a little more about how the project was shut down? What was the reason? Evidently, there was a complaint from an outside group. Creating an artificial intelligence with human memories is no different than making a copy of a human, they say. It's something that only God is allowed to do. Butterfly effect? Yeah, it could be. I don't remember, like, I legitimately don't really remember much of this ending at all, so, like, I really don't know. A lot of people in Europe and America like to push their own values on others, especially in delicate matters like these. Is that the only reason? Yep, at least as far as I've heard. The professor and the rest of the team were really mad when they heard the research was being shut down. The Amadeus program was stopped. Look, Abe, there's something I want you to tell me. Shouldn't you ask your dad? You okay with asking me? Ask my Yuri. I feel like that's the funny one. That's the garbage one. It's gotta be this one. Right? Yes, I think you can give me good advice. I don't want you expecting too much. What kind of gift do you think a father would enjoy? Your father, huh? I think the darkness within him, why did that trip me up, goes very deep. Huh? The darkness? Oh, you know, darkness, black. A black handkerchief. Maybe that would be a good idea. Maybe. Yeah. Handkerchief. Great, I'll do that, but why black? I think your dad probably likes black. I don't remember what the Susuha one says, but I know the bottom one says, thank Mew. Because we got that on the server now. Thank you, Okabe. The stickers are great. The Amadeus program was stopped. Did that have something to do with the world line change, too? Wait. So how did I meet Maho? Hey, Atelier, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Thank you for, holy moly, 44 months. It's a whole lot of months over there.
How y'all doing?
I'm doing pretty great. I hope you're doing well as well. We're taking a small break from binging Elden Ring all week to, you know, play some Steins. But then we're going back to Elden Ring tomorrow. Probably going to go back tomorrow. Saturday too, but I'm going to the Cat Cafe Saturday, and I don't know if I'm hanging out with friends after, so I can't set a time on that. It'll be Elden Ring Saturday, but I don't know if, like, we're coming back and I'm coming straight home, we're coming back and we're hanging out. I'm never going to say no to hanging out with friends, so I can't set a time for Saturday. That's just how it is. But yeah. How are you doing, Atelier? Hope you're doing well as well. So how did I meet Maho? We'd originally met at the Amadeus seminar. If that never happened,
どうしたの？
what's wrong?
あ、いや、
Oh, I just remembered how we... just remembering how we met. ... Oh yeah, that was quite the coincidence, wasn't it? I asked a few more questions, taking care not to rouse her suspicion. I'm sure he didn't. I'm sure they were perfectly formulated questions that were not suspicious. And managed to learn the basic story. Maho had really wanted to see the place where Krisu had died. When she finally went to the radio building, she'd run into me. I hate to say this because it sounds so unscientific, but I'd like to think that it was karma and that Krisu brought the two of us together. Even in this world line, Krisu's like, now kiss. Karma, or perhaps another example of attractive field convergence. Yeah, like, there's no subtle way to be like, hey, so I don't remember how we met. Did you get it early too? Ark also said they got it early, I think. I'm probably gonna nab it tomorrow, but I don't know how much time I'm gonna be able to put into it. But since I'm only playing Elden Ring on Steam, or on stream, off camera, maybe I'll play some Triangle. We'll see. We'll see. But hell yeah, I hope you're enjoying it. Those physical copies, yo. Pretty nice. Karma, or perhaps another example. Oh, I read that. It had already been decided that Maho and I would meet here in Akihabara. But was there some meaning in that? Oh, right. Tell Mayuri and the others I said hi, and that last night was a lot of fun.
Oh.
Sure. I'll go so far as you want to fight, let me. Oh, is there like a lot of story? Evidently she'd gone to last night's party in this world line too. It's given me some good memories of Japan.
思い出って
Good memories. You're leaving?
すぐにじゃないけど
Not immediately. Remember what I said?
だでしょ
I'm taking over Krisu's
い
research.
つまでも日本でバカンス気分を堪
I
能してるわけ
I feel like that's not unique to that game. There's plenty of games these days that kind of long intro, long tutorial. I hear Arceus is a bit of the same, of like, there's a lot, they front load a lot of stuff, and then they're like, now go. I can't stand vacation in Japan forever.
そうか
I see. But still, she was only in Japan for another 10 days. I hope nothing would happen during that time. Amadeus had been shut down and no longer exists. No longer would I hear Krisu's voice. After I said goodbye to Maho, what that meant really started to sink in. I could still feel Krisu's warmth on my chest. Her smell, all the feelings I tried to forget were coming back now that I'd seen her. No one will ever be happy in that world line. Everyone will be miserable. That's what she had said. I knew that. That's why I decided to stay here. But that didn't mean I could erase the sense of loss I felt. I went back to the lab to get all this together in my head. The cause of the attack in the last world line was Kagari, and there was a good chance that Amadeus was involved in the world line change that took place afterwards. But in this world line, the lab had never been attacked, and the Amadeus project had been cancelled while it was still in the research stage. Like Final Fantasy Tactics Combat. Yeah, I mean, Square Enix used to be the reigning champions and kings of the, like, strategy RPGs, and they just didn't for, like, a decade or so. That meant that two major factors in the events that had occurred so far no longer existed. If they were gone, maybe there was no need to worry too much. But even so, there was still a tiny alarm going off in the back of my mind. True. That's true. And I can only speak from the popularity of games that I knew growing up, which wasn't Fire Emblem. Maybe Fire Emblem was bigger on a global scale, but at least in my little pocket of growing up, it was all about that Tactics show. And then Tactics Ogre. Why had Amadeus been shut down until it was Disgaea for me? What happened to Kagari's missing memories? If nothing else, I might need to learn the answers to those two questions. I thought for a while, then took out my phone and booted up the Ryan application. Kagari Shina felt happier and more fulfilled than the people around her thought she was. Her memories were missing. All she had now were memories of when she was young. She'd gone to the past when she was 10, and then gotten separated from Suzuha. Her memories afterwards were total blank, with the exception of the last few weeks. Her oldest memories after her childhood were of the ceiling she saw when she woke up. It was the ceiling of an old temple, with stains here and there that looked like faces. She remembered being a little scared. Shortly after that, she was given to Yanabayashi Shrine.
Kagari-san.
Kagari, would you like some tea? Oh, yeah, thanks, Luca. Okay, I'll put some on. That was when she'd met Luca Urashibara. At the time, she hadn't realized that she already knew him. Luca Urashibara was a good friend of her adopted mother, Mayuri Shina. He'd played with her a lot when they were kids. When she was younger, she'd always thought he was a woman. To Kagari's young eyes, he'd been a strong, grown-up woman. At the time, she'd always wondered why Suzuha had called him Big Brother Luca. Here you are. Thank you. But the Luca in front of her now was far younger than the one she had known. He looked like a very pretty girl, and not nearly as strong, so she'd only realized that he was the Luca Urashibara she knew after meeting her mother. This tea tastes a little different. It's rosemary tea. It's supposed to help you concentrate and improve your memory. I had Ferris give me some. Improving your memory and finding lost memories seemed like totally different things to her, but she didn't say so. Just the thought made her very happy. Luca, Mama Mayuri, and the rest of Okabe's friends were all trying to get her memories back. It would probably make most people nervous not having the memories. It would be hard not knowing what you'd experienced. But to be honest, Kagari didn't think she needed to remember. Sometimes it seemed like a memory was about to come back. Each time her mind would roar with a sense of fear and anxiety. Was it not very good? Luca saw that she'd only taken a sip and stopped, and he seemed worried. Oh, no, that's not true, it's good. I was just thinking. Thinking? Yep, but it's nothing. She took a sip of the tea, hoping to change the subject. Anyway, Luca, are you really a boy? That's the subject you're going to change it to? That I'm sure they've never heard that before, ever. To be fair, I suppose it's literally everybody's reactions when they first learn it. Everybody's reaction is like, bull. No. I refuse to believe. Everyone else said he was. But still, it just didn't seem right to her. I am, yeah. You really look more like a girl, though. I don't know what to say to that. Yeah, what would you even say? I know, hey, why don't we take a bath tomorrow? What? Then I'll know if you're really a boy or not. Luca would never. No, you can't. Why not? Because I can't take a bath with a girl. Didn't you take baths with your sister? Yes, but that's when I was little. Kagari? Sorry, it was a joke. You're so cute, I felt like I had to tease you. Aw. But if you responded that way, it means you really are a boy. That's what I've been saying. Even when he was upset, he still looked like a girl, she thought. As you can see, there are dozens of different dishes available, and they're all you can eat. Oh man, I haven't been to an all you can eat place in forever. Probably wouldn't eat as much now as the last time I went, because I was younger and had more room in the stomach. But there's just something about it. There's something about an all you can eat place that gets me to try stuff I wouldn't normally, because it's like, sure, when I go and order a dish at a restaurant, I'm probably going to order something I know I like. But once I've made a round in an all-you-can-eat place and gotten the plus stuff I really want, it's like, well, let's try that. Let's try that. Like, even knowing that, like, no individual dish at an all-you-can-eat place is ever going to be as good as, like, a restaurant. Still something fun about them. Just good times. The TV screen had been showing all kinds of delicious food. Wow. The sight of it almost moved her to tears. That must be some good food, then. This time is so wonderful. It's so different than the world I know. Is it? What's the future like? Do you want to know? Luca looked a little uncertain, and even though she'd asked, Kagari wasn't certain she should tell him. The future she knew was filled with despair. Everyone struggled desperately to stay alive, hoping that tomorrow would somehow be better. If they knew there was no hope, how would they survive?
やっぱり
I
や
don't
めて
think
お
I
きま
do.
す。
Kagari sighed in relief.
その方がいいよ。
You're better off that way. The future can be
未来は変えられ
changed.
る。未来は
The future can be
変えれる。
changed? Yeah,
ママが
that's what
ね、
Mom said.
そう言って
She
た。
said it could be changed. She said he'd change it.
変えて
He'd change
くれ
it.
る。
That's what Mayuri had always told Kagari. That was her tiny light of hope.
ね、
Hmm.
な
What
ん
was
だっ
it?
けな。
Steins
シュ
what?
タイン、シュタインズゲート。
Steins Gate?
で、そう、それ、
Yes, that's it.
そ
Mommy
れ
said
は
she knew it was
必ずある
real.
って言いながら、
But
そ
I
れ
don't
が
really know what it
何なのか
is. Eh.
私もよくわからないんだけど。
Steins Gate. To be honest, Kagari didn't know exactly what that meant. But each time Mayuri said it, Kagari had felt warmth in her heart. Someone would come to lead them to Steins Gate. When she thought about that, it gave her hope.
さて、そ
And
れでは
now for our
次の
next
トピック。
report.
今、世界で
Did you know that memory restoration technology is being studied around the globe? Today we have a special report on an American university that's at the cutting edge of this research. The news show had finished its food report and had already switched to another topic. Now it was showing a college campus covered in greenery. There was a wide open space that clearly wasn't Japanese. The second she saw it, she suddenly felt dizzy. This is Victor Crondia University. It may seem like just another college campus, but there's a major project going on here right now. The discussion became more technical. It was far beyond what Kagari, who had only her memories as a child, could understand. But...
チャンネル
should I change the channel?
待って。
Oh, wait. Kagari stopped him before he could get to the remote.
係さん。
Kagari, do you understand this? Yeah, they're talking about how the brain works and whether they could make false memories. Wow, that's
す
amazing.
ごいですね。
It's too complicated for me.
僕には難しくて。
She suddenly found herself easily understanding what was being said. Why? How? How could she understand this?
そう？
Yeah,
そんなに難しい
it's not that
話じゃない。
complicated.
記憶は脳の中の
Memories are controlled by a part of the brain called the hippocampus, and there's a special part of the hippocampus called the fascia dentata. Granule-shaped cells found near the hippocampal gyrus. Anatomy treats them as distinct from the hippocampus, but the field of neurology often uses the term hippocampus to refer to both of them. Recent research has revealed that neurogenesis occurring in the gyrus dentatus plays an important role in forgetting things. There we go. The long scientific words. Well, not that any of these were super long, but like, she was surprised at what she was saying, but the words kept coming anyway.
そこで行われる
When new nerve cells are constructed there, they cause existing neurological pathways to reorganize. That's what makes you forget things. And so when the study team did experiments on mice, they saw false memories created. Oh, look, that room in the back. That's where they do the mice experiments and stuff. Kagari? Are you familiar with this university? Huh? She suddenly realized that Luca was looking confused.
だって
I mean, you seem to know a lot about
詳
it.
しそうな口ぶりでしたし。
The TV was showing something that looked like a lab. The camera went towards the back of the room. A white door was opened that led to the next room. After seeing the results of the experiments on mice performed here, the research team...
知らない。
What's up, Potts? How's it going? No, I don't.
でも
But just now... I mean... Oh, I know exactly where you are then. Yep. Well, I guess you could be one of, like, two places. But yep. Yup. Yup. Hands. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ramen got to see both. That's right, she wasn't familiar with it. She didn't know anything about any place like this. But...
わからない。
yeah, they do that too.
知らない。
To cast spells.
け
Yep.
ど、
I don't know, but
なんでだろう。
for some reason it suddenly feels like I do?
知ってるような気がしたの。
There was suddenly a piercing pain in the back of her head. It felt like the beginning of something terrifying. She suddenly felt very nervous. It's perfectly normal. Totally. It's gotten out of hand. Yes. Yes, it has. Listen, I'm not doing it because you asked me to. Just don't forget that.
感謝します。
Thank you. Duck. This morning I had gone to Tenoji and asked him to protect Kagari if something happened. That meant I had to talk to him about his role as a rounder again. And I had to tell him that Kagari was caught up in something big too. But since this was the second time I'd had the conversation, I was able to make it go a little smoother. That was only relative to the first time, though. I never wanted to ask him for anything like this ever again. The sound of one hand clapping. But the thing is, those hands are like two hands. Like, they're like fused, but there's definitely like 8 fingers there. Which probably is why they seem very spider-like. So, Akabe, what the hell are you people involved in?
それは
I stopped myself. You can't say, huh? You'll ask me for a favor, but you won't say
す
anything?
みません。
I'm sorry. That's good, though. What? Information is your final trump card. If you had just come out and told me, I would have called the whole thing off. Anyway, just be
あ
careful.
りがとうございます。
Thank you, sir. I get it. Don't be so polite. It makes it so damn hard to deal with you. Bowed to him once more anyway, and left the Brawn workshop. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. There's other creatures that come to mind too from this game, but I don't want to say it in case you haven't seen them. But the hands are definitely memorable as hell. Absolutely. But I'm pretty sure I know where you are now then. Other than the hands, that area was cool. Yeah. I like that bit. I ended up going there as a distraction when the magic school was whooping my butt. Actually, no, I think we went there first. I don't even think we'd gone to the magic school yet. We hadn't even found out how to enter it yet. I think. Either way, hope you're having a good time besides the creepy hand spider things. I managed to get Tenochi's help. And this morning I'd gotten another person on my side as well. Moika Kiryu. She was a lot easier than Tenochi. I checked with Daru last night and found that just like in the old world line, we'd hired her to find out more about Kagari. All I had to do was ask her to keep looking into what Kagari had been doing before she'd come to this town. Now I'd done everything I could in case something happened. All that was left was to pray that nothing did. I got back to the lab where Lukiko was waiting. He had a very serious look on his face, and he said he needed to talk to me.
実は鏡さんの記憶のことで気になることがあって。
Sorry, I'm just making sure. The route, yeah. There's something bothering me about Kagari's memories.
鏡の
Kagari's memories?
とは言
Yeah,
っても
but I don't know if it will help bring them
構
back.
わない。
That's fine. If something's bothering you, just tell me. Okay. Lucas started to fidget and rub his knees together. Then he looked up at me and slowly opened his mouth.
ゆうべ
Last night, they were doing a special on memory research on TV. It was about an American
そ
university.
れを見ていた鏡
When
さん
Kagari saw it, she acted like she recognized the school.
アメリカの大学
American college? Which one?
と
It had a really complicated name.
難しい名前の
I think it
学校
was
で
Victor Condor?
ビクトル・コンドリア大学
Victor Crondia University?
そう
Oh,
です
that's right. That's the
そうで
place.
す
Victor Crondia University. That was where Krisu had studied. Kagari knew Victor Crondia? If that was true, then how? The most obvious possibility was that she went there too. But how would a kid who went missing in Japan go to an American school, and one of the best at that? Of course, it wasn't impossible, but
どうでしょう
what do you think? Is this a clue?
さすがにそれだけじゃ
Can't say anything based off of just that, but
そうですか
I see. Lukiko's shoulders slumped in
で
disappointment.
も
But that doesn't mean it's not a clue.
それじゃ
What then?
あ
Yeah, it's worth
あ確か
checking
めてみ
out.
る必要はあるな。
改まってお話
What did you want to talk to me about?
何かな
The best way to find out was to talk to her directly. Kagari was just about to start work, and she seemed put off by the fact that I'd suddenly asked to speak to her.
話はちょっと待ってくれ
Can
る
you
か
wait just a second? I've asked another person to join
もう
us.
一人
Another person? I didn't know a lot about Victor Crondia myself. Excuse me. I could ask Kagari what she knew about the school, but I couldn't tell if her information was accurate or not. There was a better person she could ask. Someone who should be here any minute.
お邪魔します
Excuse me. Best way to find out about the school was to ask someone who actually went there. In fact, Maho was to this day a part of their brain science lab.
マ
Oh,
ホさん
Maho, hello.
はい元
Hi.
気
How have you been? Maho still didn't know that Kagari was from the future. I'd have to keep her from finding out. You know, she really does look like Krisu. Maho stared at Kagari, then whispered so that only I could hear. It made sense. I'd been surprised myself. I started by explaining to Maho why I'd brought her here. So, what? Do you think she might have gone to my school? Wait a second, I don't know anything about this Victor Kronda what's-it-place. Victor Krondia University. See, I don't even remember the name. But yesterday you acted like you recognized it, right, Lukuko? Yeah, you said they did mice experiments in the back room. And then after that, they actually showed the experiments in that room. Do you remember that, Kagari? I don't. I couldn't imagine Lukuko would lie, or that there would be any point to him doing so. But the same is true for Kagari, too. Urishibara, do you remember where the lab was? I don't know the details, but they said they were doing research on memories and the brain. Which means it might have been the Brain Science Lab. The Brain Science Lab? That was where... That's where I work. And also where Krisu worked, too. Then Kagari may have met you in Krisu? It's just a possibility. There's more than one place that researches brain science. And it's not just grad students where I work. There are a lot of regular scientists too. Krisu. Yeah. Even I hadn't met everyone at the lab, but if I saw another Japanese person there, I'm sure I'd remember that. Which meant she didn't remember it, which meant she probably hadn't met her. Lukuko, is there anything else about Kagari that you noticed? Kagari sometimes knows about things that are really complicated. Hey, I know some complicated things. Kagari pouted. That was one expression that was totally different from Krisu's. For example, roses and depression. Those are just words that were complicated to write in Japanese. They were doing a special on fake memories last night, and you seemed like you knew a lot about it. Fake memories, huh? Yeah, one of the teams is working on that. We went to talk to them one time. Kagari, can you talk about that now? I don't really know. Did I really talk about that stuff? You did! She put her hand between her eyebrows and thought. She really didn't remember, it seemed. Has this happened a lot before? Not that much until recently. It suddenly started happening over the last few days. I didn't know how Kagari could know things about Victor Krondia, but it clearly had something to do with her missing memories. If I followed the trail a little longer, I might learn some clues. It was possible I might be able to bring her back her memories. Suddenly, she started to moan in pain. Kagari, what's wrong? My head kind of... It hurts? Lukuko was looking at her face, worried. Yeah, just a bit. Want to lie down a little? I'm fine. Maybe this is all too sudden. That's right, we may have put too much stress on her. Maho was looking worried too. Are you really okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you, senpai. I hope so. The conversation was so natural that Maho and I almost missed it. Hey, did she just... Yeah, she called me senpai. Huh? Kagari, you just called Hyajo senpai, right? No way, I didn't. No, you definitely did. Urishibara, you heard it too, right? Yes? Senpai, the Japanese word used to address an older classmate or colleague. I just learned that Maho and Kagari hadn't met at Victor Krondia. Did that mean it was just a mistake? The sound of footsteps coming up the stairs distracted me. They were so heavy, there was no need to wonder who it was. Hey. Hello. Oh, you're here, Maho-dan. Don't call me that. Do I have enough? 1, 2, 3... He ignored Maho's complaint and started to count the number of people in the room. There was some kind of paper bag in his hands. Okay, I've got enough. Enough what? You know, how they open a new atoll in front of the station? They were selling some good-looking pudding. I thought it might be a nice treat, so I bought enough for everyone. Good guy Daru buys pudding. He put down the bag, opened the box, and started putting the pudding cups on the table. Daru, do it later. Oh, it's pudding. Why do you all look so upset? Is it that rare for me to buy something for everybody? Well, I guess it is, but I got some extra work at my job, you see. He bought extra for himself. Not only am I talented, I'm also kind-hearted, and I get paid. Feel free to fall in love, ladies. Huh? He turned the bag over and started shaking it. I'm missing a spoon! I bet the staff there forgot to put one in. I think that's a clean spoon in the sink. Oh, I've got my own spoon. I always use it. Lukiko stood up to get a spoon from the sink, then suddenly stopped. He looked at Kagari with a confused expression. Kagari, do you own a spoon? Huh? I thought all you had with you was the Upa keychain, right? Huh? That's right, isn't it? That's strange. Why did I say I had one? Her own spoon. I'd heard someone say that before. Not many people carried their own spoons around. It was common in Japan to carry around your own personal set of chopsticks lately, but not spoons. But I knew. I had known someone who carried around her own spoon. It was Krisu Makise. Just a moment ago she'd called Maho senpai. Did Kagari know Krisu after all? Hey, Hiajo. How many people called you senpai in America? Just one. It's a Japanese word and a Japanese concept after all. There's no need to even ask who it was. The only one I know who called me senpai is Krisu. Kagari, do you know a girl named Krisu Makise? Did she know her, and was she imitating her? But why would she need to do that? Kagari seemed to be desperately searching her memories, but it didn't seem to be working. There was sweat on her forehead. Her headache might still be bothering her. Don't force yourself. There's no need to remember immediately. No, it feels creepy leaving it like this. Do you feel like you can remember something? I don't know. Try saying something, Okarin. Huh? What? What's going on here? The fact that Kagari responded this strongly to Krisu's name meant there had to be some relationship. What could there possibly be? The question was this. What had Kagari been doing ever since she separated from Suzuha in 1998? If she never met Maho, did she ever meet Krisu? Maybe she became friends with Krisu and learned a lot about her, and she'd gotten Krisu's stories mixed up with her own memories. Or I remembered the machine that Krisu had developed in the Alpha Ward line and came up with a certain hypothesis. I quickly told myself that it was impossible. My eyes met Maho's. She nodded. Okay, Kagari, let me ask you some questions. For now, I wanted to learn how much Kagari knew about Krisu. Where is your father? Daddy? Daddy died when I was a kid. If her memories were mixed with Krisu, she wouldn't say that. Those were Kagari's memories. She said she remembered everything from before she was 10 years old. She'd only lost her memories after she separated from Suzuha in 1998. I'd have to go a little deeper. Then, what does the word Kuri Gohan mean to you? Kuri Gohan? What are you talking about? Answer me please, Kagari. Kuri Gohan? Kamehameha? Everyone else seemed confused, but I felt as if my heart was about to stop. Go for @channel? How could she know? Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha was Krisu's @channel handle. Not only did she keep that a secret, she almost never let anyone know that she posted on an @channel. She never would have told anyone. How could Kagari know something that only Krisu should know? More sweat was pouring down Kagari's forehead. Luca offered her a handkerchief, worried. Kagari nodded and took it. Kagari, can you tell me how many major theories of time travel there are? Maho looked like she wanted to say something, but I mentioned for her to stay quiet. 11. Kagari spoke clearly, as if the answer was the most obvious thing in the world. 11 in total? Wait, is that right? I hadn't expected much when I'd asked the question. I certainly hadn't expected that. The terrifying possibility I'd thought of earlier was becoming more and more real. It was impossible. It had to be. The more I tried to convince myself, the more my fears grew.
11の理論を
Can you tell me what these 11 theories are?
中性子星理論
Neuron star theory, and then black hole theory, light speed theory,
理論
tachyon theory, wormhole theory, exotic matter theory.
物質理論
Kagari was counting with her fingers and speaking with very little hesitation.
紐理論
Cosmic string theory, quantum gravity theory, cesium laser theory,
素粒子リングレーザー
elementary
理論
particle ring and laser theory, and lastly,
粒子理論
direct antiparticle theory.
全部
Those are all correct.
合ってる
Maho's voice was hoarse.
ね
Tell me, Okabe, how do I know all this?
え私
Kagari looked like she was about to cry a
も
little.
う一つ聞くが
Can I ask you one more
それ
thing?
らの理論を用い
Could
て
you use those theories to build a time
タイム
machine?
マシン
できない
I don't think so.
ほ
Oh.
でも
Oh, but even if you couldn't use those 11 theories, science may invent a new theory that works
う
someday.
どうしてそう思う
Why do you think so?
どうして
Why? That's
それ
because...
は
I don't know.
じゃあ
And let me
質
ask
問を
another
変えよう
question. How did you arrive at that
その
conclusion?
わかんない
I don't know, just somehow I
た
knew.
だなんとなく
She knew,
知っ
huh?
てたような
That meant the knowledge existed inside of her. But why did she have that knowledge? Had she been to Victor Crondia at some time in the past and met Krisu there? Maybe they were close friends? So close that Krisu would share her at-channel nickname, which she never told anyone? And then perhaps she mistook what she heard from Krisu for her own memories. And that was the most obvious possibility, but that would go against what Krisu had said. Krisu said she didn't really have any close friends in America. She seemed to have developed a solid relationship with Maho at work, but the dark fear in my mind kept growing.
なあヒアジョーさん
Hey, Hiacho,
アマデウスは
remember how you said Amadeus was put on
アップ
hold?
ロードされていたクリス
Does
の
the
記憶デ
uploaded
ータが
memory data for Krisu still exist? Huh?
ええ多
Yeah,
分
probably.
破棄はされ
I
て
don't
いない
think it
は
was
ず
それっ
erased.
て
How many people could
どれだけの人間が
access that?
ごく限られた人間
Very
だけど
few. We never really announced it anywhere.
私やレスキネン教授
Myself, Dr. Leskinen, a few of the other assistants, and then Krisu.
ちなみに
Another question. Would it be possible to transfer that memory data to a human brain? In the other world line, Maho herself, or Dr. Leskinen to be precise, had said something about that at the ATF seminar. And I had experienced it myself, through a machine that digitized human memories, sent them through time and then back to the same person's brain. It didn't exist in this world line, but I'd once lived in a world line where it was developed in this very room. I'd used it far more times than I had ever wanted to. And because of that experience, I came up with an idea. A terrifying idea. Another way to explain what was happening to Kagari now.
一体何
Excuse
よ
me. What are you getting
マ
at?
イスプーンを持ち歩いていたのは
Krisu was the one who had her own personal
大
spoon.
学でヒアジョーさん
She was the only one who called you senpai at school.
クリご飯とカメハメハは
Curry Gohan and Kamehameha was Krisu's handle on At Channel. I'm the only one who knew about it besides
ク
her.
リスなら
Krisu would know about the lab at Victor Crondia. She would know about the mouse experiments. She would know about the 11 theories of time travel.
カリンさん
Ukraine, what do you mean?
何が言いたいの
What are you trying to say? I mean, you're smart, you're a scientist, you get it. You just wanted to say it. This is my idea. I looked around the room at everyone, then back at Kagari. Kagari,
もしかしたら
possible
君
that
の
you
頭
may
の
have
中に
had
は
Krisu Makase's memories inside you.
マキセ・クリスの記憶が移植され
I
てい
don't
るか
know,
もし
just
れない
cutscene. As you do,
頭の中に
Kagari has Krisu
マ
Makase's
キセ・クリス
memories.
の記憶が入って
Suzuo didn't seem as surprised as I had expected. Maho and I asked her some more questions after that. About Victor Crondia. About her research. Her answers were all over the place. Some things she knew, and some things she didn't. But some of the things she knew were things that only Maho and Krisu would have known. In the end, instead of being overturned, my hypothesis came out even stronger. All the questions seemed to tire Kagari out, and with Tanochi's permission, Lukuko took her home. Maho completely refused to accept what I was saying, but did say before she left that she'd look into whether it was possible to transfer Amadeus' memory data into a human brain. And that night, I explained the situation to Suzuha.
それってカガリが二
So,
重
you
人
mean
格ってこと
Kagari has two personalities?
そうじゃ
No,
ない
that's not
二
it.
重人格っていうの
The
は
proper word for multiple personalities is
怪異
dissociative
性同一
identity
性障害
disorder.
といって
That's when additional personalities are created within the person themselves. It's like you're upset or uneasy about who you are, so you make another personality within yourself. Once in a while, there would be a case where someone would take the personality of the man or woman they admired, but usually it was a completely original one. That's not what's going on in Kagari's case. She doesn't have her personality. What she's got is, quite literally, only Krisu's memories. It's possible that Krisu's memories are mixed in with her own. Kagari's memories weren't overwritten. She still had them, so they had mixed together. I see. With 2036's technology, that's certainly possible. Then, since Kagari is a time traveler from that year, it's a possibility? But she has her memories from when she was 10, right? If they put someone else's memories into her head, she should remember that, right? I think I remember her saying once in a while back then that she heard the voice of God. A hallucination. It's possible that's the product of Krisu's memories leaking out. Yeah. But the future wasn't as peaceful as this era. There weren't enough people and there weren't enough supplies. Even if they did have memory transfer technology, it would have been a military secret. I can't imagine them using it on a civilian, especially a kid. Kagari was a war veteran, a war orphan, not veteran. There's no chance it was used to cure her PTSD? That would explain why they'd want to transfer someone else's memories into her? That's right. Which means it's more likely that it was done during the time when she had no memories, between 1998 and now. A war veteran. I mean, I'm not technically wrong. I'm not technically wrong, but it wasn't what I meant. Even if it's possible in 2036, is it possible right now? Krisu could do it. She'd done it all by herself to make the time loop machine after all. So, Krisu Makise transferred her own memories to Kagari? Why would she do that? It's like something a mad scientist would do. There was no way. It was impossible. That had to be. And there weren't many people as smart as Krisu Makise. If she didn't do it, I couldn't imagine anyone else would. That's right. I'm getting ahead of myself, I agree. I might have been getting too attached to my own idea. But there's no doubt that Kagari knows things only Krisu could know. Maybe, like, Makiseshi's soul became a ghost and possessed her. Don't even think of saying that around Hyajo. She'll laugh in your face. You've got that right. In the end, I realized there was nothing I could do for Kagari but watch for a while and see how things went. We were just students without any kind of specialized knowledge. No matter how much we debated or what ideas we came up with, we wouldn't be able to find the answers easily. Come to think of it, Daru, what's Yuki up to? Amane's busy with work every day, it looks like. What does she do again? Works at a cake bakery, I heard. She said it's really good and we should go check it out. That's right, but it's a little far away, isn't it? That's why she'd be happy if you went, right? Get a grip, Dad. Oh, right, my bad. Wait, Ocarine, why are you asking anyway? Oh, no reason. I was just curious. That girl in the motorcycle suit, could that have been Yuki Amane? I still hadn't convinced myself it wasn't her. If it was, she may be involved in some way with what was happening to Kagari. But that attack only took place in the other world line. It hadn't happened in this one, so I had no way to tell. If there was something she... Is there something going on with Mom? No, it's nothing. I still don't have any proof. I just have to keep an eye on her. My priority right now was Kagari. What had happened during the time when she'd lost her memories? If I could find that out, I might be able to understand what was about to happen to us. Okay, I'm going to get started. Ready? Also just going to save for the hell of it. There is another branching point we're going to have to save at. So this path is leading to another branching point currently. But we're not at that point yet. I will save when we get there. Yeah. Maho came to the lab again the next day. She was there to look at Kagari's memories. Kagari had volunteered to work with her. As of yesterday, my hypothesis was still just a hypothesis. And anytime she saw a hypothesis, she wanted to test it. Maybe that's just how scientists were. I mean, it checks out. First, can you look at this? Maho held up a cell phone. There's a picture displayed on its screen. It was a corridor with white walls and a clean white floor, and two people wearing white lab coats were walking down it.
これがどこだかわかる？
Do you know where this is? A school?
学校？
Oh, I'm not waking up for that. I got work tomorrow. If I didn't have work, maybe I'd stay up for it. I'm not setting an alarm 2 hours before work for that. No. I'll get the notes after. I'm curious to see what's going to happen. Like, I'm excited for it. I ain't setting no 6 a.m. alarm on a work day. No. No. A school?
どこの？
Which school?
ビクトル・コンドリア
6 a.m. Eastern. It's there's another live letter for 14. But the past few have been kind of like easy enough times for us, like 9 p.m. This one's 6 a.m. our time. It's when it starts. I'm not waking up for that. Victor Crandia University.
この手前に歩い
Do
て
you
る
know
人
who this is in
彼
front?
トニー・ブラウン
Tony Brown. His nickname is JB because he does this weird little dance when he gets
独
excited.
特のステップを踏むじゃあこっちの彼
Then
女
who's the girl?
うーん
I don't know.
どうだ？
Well,
彼女も私たち
she's
研究
pretty
者の
famous
間
among
で
us
は
scientists. Krisu would definitely know her. 3 a.m. for you.
クリスだって
Yeah,
当然知ってる
no.
はずだわ
Yeah. East Coast, Best Coast. East Coast, A Coast.
仮にかがりが
It looks like even if Kagari does have Krisu's memories, she can't recall them all perfectly.
完全に全てを思い出せているわけじゃないみたいだ。
This isn't the first VN character with a nickname JB you've seen. It's so many pairs of nickels, right? Yeah. I would have thought it was a reference to... If the name was different, I would have thought it was a reference to JD from Scrubs. But the name doesn't match up. Like, it's not a reference that I know of. Looks like even if Kagari... Oh, I read that. That's how it seemed yesterday,
記
too.
憶として呼び起こされ
Maybe there's some things she can remember and other
そう
things she
じゃないもの
can't?
が
だからって
That doesn't mean we can say for sure that these are
クリス
Krisu's
も
memories
彼ら
yet.
のことくらい
Anyone can find out about these two with a little research.
かがりさんもう少し
Kagari,
突っ込んだ
can I
質問
ask you
して
some
も
more questions? Oh, okay.
去年の冬
Last winter, Krisu and I went to see a
ヒ
movie.
アジョーさんとク
You
リ
and
ス
Krisu did?
意外
Is that surprising? Even we need a break sometimes. Normally, all we do is work.
普段
It
は
was surprising,
研究ば
actually.
かりだ
I hadn't thought they'd interacted outside of work.
研究でちょっと
I
詰ま
was
ってた
hitting a
んで
little
すよ
wall in my research, so she took me out. She said she just happened to have 2 tickets.
たまたま
That's
チケッ
just
ト
like
が
how a
2枚あ
man
る
asks a
から
girl on a date. She never was any good with that stuff.
その時に見た
Do you know what the title of the movie was?
ボ
Bob...
ブ・ワイナー監督の
Bob Weiner's His and Her Foreboding? That's a title. Maho gulped. That must have been the right answer.
それって
Is that a new movie? I've never heard of it.
20年前の
It's
作品
20 years old. This was a
そのリバイ
revival
バル上
showing,
映だったのよ
and Kagari had guessed it. She'd known the title of a movie that Krisu and Maho had gone to see together in private. And since it wasn't a major worldwide release, it wasn't something you could get with a lucky guess.
でもそれも
But somebody could have witnessed it. Sure,
君が
but how would they know you were going to
そ
ask
んな
that
質問を
question?
かがりがそのために
Are you saying she memorized every tiny bit of information you could possibly ask about? It would be impossible, and she didn't have a reason to bother anyway.
私だってそのくらいのこ
It's
と
not like I don't know
分かって
that.
るわ
I could tell from the pained expression on her face that Maho was struggling with something. And I was starting to realize what it was. She didn't want to admit it. She didn't want to admit it was possible. It was winter, but Kagari's forehead was dripping with sweat again. Going through her confused memories may have been putting a lot of stress on
こ
her.
れぐらいにしよ
That's enough. This looks like it's hard on Kagari.
待って
Wait,
最後
just let
に
me
もう
ask
一つ
one
だけ
more
聞
question.
かせてうん
Yeah, okay.
いいよ
Go ahead.
どうぞ
Kagari nodded and motioned for her to go ahead.
子供の頃
What was your greatest treasure when
あ
you
な
were a
たが
kid?
子供の
When
頃
I was a kid,
それは
even after you moved to America, you always kept it in your room.
イルカの
A stuffed
ぬいぐる
dolphin.
み
Dad bought it for me when we went to the
水族館
aquarium.
に
Maho sighed and sunk into the sofa.
う。合ってるのか
Is she right? Yup. Krisu's mom told me about it on the phone
こ
last
のこ
night.
とを知ってるのは
The only people who knew about that were Krisu and her parents.
それじゃあ
Then,
悔しいけど
I hate to admit it, but this hypothesis of yours, I can't rule it
そう
out.
か
Let's see.
あの
What's going to happen to me? I didn't have an answer. Didn't even know how this had happened in the first place. The only possibility I could think of was
Kagari-san,
Hikari, sorry to make you go through all this. Get some rest.
ゆっくり休んで。
Maho stood up with a serious expression on her
帰るの
face.
か
You're
え
leaving?
え、
Yeah, there's still some things
自
I can
分な
check
り
on my
に
own.
それじゃあ、
Okay,
また。
see you later. Bad dad? Oh, very bad dad, yeah. Maho got up and went for the door without bothering to look back. She seemed to be silently shutting out the entire world. All we could do was watch her go. Maho Hyojo stared at her computer monitor in a daze. The rest of the world was still feeling the afterglow of New Year's excitement. The last time she'd come to Japan, it was still in the heat of summer. She'd used her vacation days to come then. Her co-worker, Krisu Makase, had suddenly died, and she wanted to see the place where she was murdered herself. Maho's feelings for Krisu Makase were complicated. Until Krisu had come to her lab, Maho had thought herself a genius. She graduated high school after skipping grades and joined a university lab while still in her teens. It was understandable that she'd feel that way. Everyone else said she was a genius too. But her pride was shattered into tiny pieces by the arrival of Krisu Makase. Krisu Makase was the real thing. Maho didn't even come close to her. She had realized that she could never be as smart as Krisu, and she realized that she didn't want to be beaten by her anyway. It would have been so much easier if she could have hated her. It would have been so much easier to hate Krisu. But Krisu Makase wouldn't even allow her that much. She was a dedicated scientist, and that dedication carried over to her treatment of Maho too.
先輩、
Maho, I think your research has the potential to change the world.
私に何かできる
If there's anything I can do to help, I will. Just say the word.
言ってくださいね。
Someday she swore she'd surpass her. Someday she swore she'd make Krisu say that she was the smarter one. But now that would never happen. Krisu Makase went away on a trip and never came back. Maho had been told that she'd been attacked by a robber and killed, but it didn't seem real. It felt like she'd come back to the lab any day now and start arguing with the professors with the same self-satisfied smirk on her face. Until then, Maho would work on the Amadeus project so that when Krisu came back she would be amazed. Amadeus, an artificial intelligence that could be loaded with an individual's memories. It was possible to digitize memories by analyzing the nerve signals relating to the memories stored in the temporal lobe. It had been Krisu, of course, who'd proved it. And then Maho and her team had turned that proof into usable technology. By the time Krisu got back, she would have it all ready for the next level. She'd show it to Krisu and astonish her, but even that hope didn't last long. She was suddenly told that the project was cancelled. Of course, she couldn't accept it. But no matter what she said, no matter how many times she'd argued with the professor, she couldn't get the cancellation overturned. Amadeus went to sleep in the bottom of the lab server, along with Krisu Makase's digitized memories. Krisu Makase's memories. Now they were in the head of another girl. How had that happened? There was only one possibility, if it was possible at all. Just like Rintaro Okabe had said.
おや
Oh? She opened the door, and a large man she knew very well came inside.
魔法どうしたんだ
Oh,
い
what's wrong? I thought you were still on your New Year's holiday.
そういう教授こそ
What about you, Professor?
わ
What
ざ
are
わ
you
ざ
doing here on
休
your
みの
day
日に出
off?
てきてるじゃないですか。
Maho's mentor, Dr. Leskinen, was here in Japan for a month-long conference on artificial intelligence. Maho had come with him as his assistant, but the conference didn't take place every day, so they spent time between sessions at the Japanese office making a presentation materials and exchanging emails.
私の場合
In my case, I don't have much to do on my days off. It's no fun sitting in the hotel, so I may as well come here and work.
だったら
He
私も
isn't,
似たようなも
no.
のです。
But, Krisu's dad is not a good person. Then I guess I'm the same. For a researcher, doing research was a hobby. If nothing else, all the scientists Maho knew were like that. Of course, she'd come here today because she'd assumed Dr. Leskinen would feel that way. You have a lot of things to do, don't you? Dating, for instance?
教授
Professor, if you keep that up, I'm going to sue you for sexual harassment. Oh, anything but that.
勘弁してくれ
Dr. Leskinen slumped his shoulders in the unique way that Caucasians always overreacted. Those damn overreacting Caucasians. He seemed intent on bringing Maho and Okabe together. She and Okabe were both friends of Krisu's, so they talked a lot, but there was nothing more to it than that. At least that's what she thought, probably. Not something I ever thought about. I guess it's like I guess that's what they're talking about, but like, I don't know. Alright, in lieu of an apology, can I ask you something? Anything if it'll keep me out of court. Alright, what's going on with Amadeus right now? You should know the answer to that. Right now, there's no plans to continue the project. I know that. What I'm asking is, what happened to the Amadeus data? It's saved on the lab server, right? Nobody else accessed it or took it out? Leskinen's eyes narrowed, and he slowly shook his head. Maho, I don't know where you got that idea, but Amadeus access is limited to only a few people, and as far as I know, no one else has touched it. If nothing else, I haven't received any reports about it. Then the same goes for my and Krisu's memory data. Of course. Then, is it possible there's some other AI project going on that I don't know about? Of course not. You're the most important member of our research team. 100%, so yay, free codes. Cool, cool. Heck yeah. Also, hey Mike, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. I'm sure the Kirby game is going to be really good. And I'm probably going to grab it, just, it's kind of in the middle of a lot of other stuff. And it's not something I'm really going to worry about, like, getting spoiled for or anything. It's a Kirby game. So it's one of those things I'll wait till I got, like, a lull and be like, yeah, Kirby. We've lost Krisu. And it was a big loss, but I think you're the only one who can take her place. So there's no way I'd start a new project without you knowing, right? I see. The compliment felt like a bit too much for her to take at the face value. There were a lot of scientists who were always looking to get a leg up in the competition. If someone else got the glory first, everything you worked on until that point would be useless. Even in the same team, there were only a few people you could really trust. But to Maho, Dr. Leskinen was one of those people. Will that do for an answer? Yes. Then may I ask you something? Where did this come from all of a sudden? Well, are you worried that someone might have access to your secrets? Yeah, something like that. Then you don't need to worry. Amadeus was developed so as to not share any secrets the original wouldn't want shared. The same goes for the save data. Even if someone did steal it, the parts the original person wants to keep secret the most are kept within a black box. They can't be accessed via Amadeus or from the memory data itself. If those secrets got out, it's because a living human wanted them to. A living human? That's right, the original person themselves, in other words. Well, feel better? Yeah, I guess so. It wasn't that she didn't trust Dr. Leskinen, but she couldn't relax until she'd seen for herself that no one had taken the data. Maho only thought it was possible to believe something after you've seen it yourself. That's how she thought a scientist should be. Right now, she didn't have the access rights to do so. So in the end, she was stuck with her doubts. She knew this was going to happen, but she couldn't stop herself from asking anyway. Oh, I didn't expect to see you two here. Dr. Reyes walked through the door just as she finished her conversation with the professor. Christ, don't you two know it's a holiday? What about you, Dr. Reyes? I've got nothing to do in my hotel. Maho exchanged a glance with Dr. Leskinen, then shrugged. That's just how scientists were. What? What's going on? It's nothing. She and Dr. Leskinen laughed at Reyes' confusion, but the doubts in her mind lingered. Krisu's memories were inside Kagari's head. Several days had passed since I'd begun to suspect my hypothesis was correct. I'm sorry, Ocarina. I've caused a lot of trouble for you. No, it's nothing really, and I think Lukuko and Mayuri are doing a lot more for you than me. In fact, Mayuri and Lukuko were doing a very good job of taking care of her. Mayuri may not have realized it, but Kagari looked up to her as a mother figure. Excuse me. And after living under the same roof for so long, Lukuko had come to care for her a lot. That's not true. All I'm doing is giving her someone to talk to. Why, she's sorry that she can't do more, you know? No, that's not true. Luca's being really nice, and just having Mommy around makes me happy. Mayuri fidgeted in embarrassment when she heard the word Mommy. I could understand why. It must feel strange to be called Mommy at her age, especially by someone who was older than she was. Hey, Mommy? What is it? Can I give you a hug? A hug? Can I give you a hug like you always used to do for me when I was little? I'm blushing. I can't. No, go ahead. Mayuri is very clearly a hugger. Mayuri smiled and nodded, and Kagari gave her a big hug with a huge grin on her face. Kagari, you're such a good girl. Mayuri never asked for details, but she seemed to sense what was happening to Kagari. She probably understood that this was the best thing she could do right now. Mommy, it was strange. Kagari was a lot older, but when they were like this, they really did look like a mother and child. Thank you, Mommy. Yeah, goes with the flow. Kagari slowly moved away from Mayuri. She looked a lot calmer than she had a moment ago. It was probably okay to talk to her now.
それで
So, Kagari, how are you doing?
調子は
How am I doing? I guess I don't
よく
know.
わからない
You don't know? Sometimes I find myself remembering things, but I don't know if they're Krisu's memories or my own. Complicated formulas, experiments. It's like I don't understand them, but I know them? Kagari's only memories were of her time as a child and the time since Lukako's father's friend had found her. Krisu's memories would appear sometimes and fill the gap in between. I couldn't even imagine how that must have felt. Just a while ago, I remember Daddy. It was when Daddy told me I did good when I was little. I remember that, and it made me really happy. But my parents died when I was a baby, and then Mommy Mayuri raised me. I don't know who my dad is. But even though it wasn't my own experience, I really felt happy when he praised me. And that just made my head feel all funny. Kagari grimaced and held her head in her hands. The first time I'd met her, I'd been surprised by how much she looked like Krisu. But talking to her like this, I realized how different she was. The way her expression was constantly changing, and the way she always slightly overreacted, was actually more like Mayuri. Is that because they were mother and child?
その
So, do Krisu's memories come out
よく出
often?
て
Yeah, a lot more than they used to, maybe. Let's see. Hey, Ocarine, what's going to happen to
な
Kagari?
ら
Normally, the best thing we could do is get her looked at by a team of specialists. But given her position, it wasn't that easy. I don't really want an exam. That was all I did when I was little.
そうなのか
Yeah? Yep. They said it was to treat my PTSD. So she didn't seem eager to be looked at either, huh? If more of Krisu's memories woke up, what would happen to her? Would she be Kagari Shina with the memories of Krisu Makise? Or would she become Krisu Makise? A person's personality was more than just the sum of their memories. But memories were an important part of it. Once she had Krisu's memories, what would happen to her? At this point, no one knew. It was quite possible that up until now, no one had ever shared a person's memories before. Oh, Mayuri, it's time. You're right. Hey, Ocarine, can you take care of Kagari? We got a meeting at school about our post-graduation plans, and we have to go. Sorry.
謝るなって
Don't apologize, and don't worry. I'll take her
心
home.
配しなくて
Thank you. Okay, Kagari, see you tomorrow. Bye, Mommy. See you tomorrow. Once Mayuri and Lukako were gone, it was just me and Kagari in the room. After the problems with Kagari's memory started coming up, I'd been having her hold off on her job at the Braun Tube workshop. But I was still having her come here as much as possible during the day, in case something happened. Suzuha and Tanoji were downstairs. That alone made me feel better. I suddenly felt Kagari looking at me.
どうした
What's wrong? I just realized how strange it is to be talking with you like this, Ocarine.
不思議
Strange? Why? Because to me, you were always just this person I heard stories about. Stories? Yep, Uncle Daru and Mommy would tell me about you. That's right. According to Suzuha, I was going to die in 2025, which meant that in Kagari's time, I was no longer alive. Mommy talked about you all the time. Ocarine saved your mommy, Ocarine is mommy's Ikoboshi. She still talks like that in the future. Now it was my turn to be embarrassed. So I always wondered who this Ocarine person was that my mom cared about so much. Who was this Rintaro Okabe that everyone talked about? Maybe I always admired you a little? Stop teasing me. Oh, you're blushing, Ocarine. Kagari clearly had the upper hand here. Oh, but that's probably true of Krisu Makase too. Krisu? Yeah, Mommy and Uncle Daru used to talk about Krisu Makase all the time. She died so long ago, I wondered what kind of person could have that much influence on things. What did Mayuri say about her? She said she was the person you loved. The person I loved. For me, that was an undeniable truth, but that wasn't true for the rest of the lab. In this world line, Mayuri had never met Krisu, and I tried as much as possible to avoid bringing her up. But thanks to me, even in the future, she'd still feel that way. Oh, I know. I'm going shopping. Want to come with me? Shopping? Yeah, you still don't know this area well, do you? Can I? Of course. After what happened in the last world line, it was probably a good idea to keep her from going outside too much, but she probably needed a change of pace. It was still afternoon. As long as we stuck to busy streets, we'd probably be fine. Yay! There's actually a lot of things I've been wanting. Things? Just some basic necessities. Isn't Lukaku getting you those things? Yeah, but he's a boy, right? So I don't want to ask him for too much. True, even if he was beautiful, Lukaku is a guy. There are some things he just wouldn't understand. Okay, let's go. Yeah. Wow, this really is amazing. Kagari's eyes were shining as she looked up and down the street. There's so many people and so many stores. It's hard to believe it's the same Akihabara. What's Akihabara like in the future? Best way to describe it is, a pile of rubble. Well, that goes for more than just Akihabara, though. Suzuha had said that the Third World War would start soon, which meant that a young Kagari would have only known the world after that horrible war. Of course, that was all my fault. Probably. If I did what Suzuha wanted and went back to July 28th, would the world line change so that the Third World War never happened? Impossible. The world lines were going to converge no matter what I did. Oh, Ocarine, are you telling yourself that it's your fault? I gasped. She'd read my mind. I guess so, but you can't think that. Nope. As far as I know, nobody, not Mommy or Uncle Daru, blamed you. Because they all believed that you'd do it someday. What was it? Steins Gate? They believed you'd lead us there. I knew Kagari was trying to make me feel better, and that Mayuri and Daru would probably never blame me. Those words just made it worse. Because I'd given up on everything. Oh, I'm sorry. Huh? I didn't mean to make you feel bad. I must have had a pretty dark look on my face. I feel like he has for months, but... No, I'm the one who should apologize, but I'm not... Stop. We're not here to talk about that today. Don't get a chance to go outside often, so let's talk about something more fun, okay? Yeah. Kagari's mind was probably filled with memories of a painful war. If nothing else, those were her only memories as Kagari Shina. But she was still trying to make me feel better. Even if they weren't related by blood, she really was Mayuri's daughter. Still, it was hard to come up with something that was more fun to talk about. Oh, I know. I want to hear about what Mommy was like when she was young. Mayuri? I mean, I know she's still young right now, but when she was younger, like when she was a hostage. Mayuri told you about that? Yeah, I love the look on her face when she talks about you. It's like she's softly opening the lid of a treasure chest, maybe? Her face, her voice, just remembering it makes me feel warm. To Kagari, Mayuri must have felt like a star shining in a world of darkness and mud. A star shining brighter than anything else in the night sky.
別に
It was nothing
大
really.
好きなおばあさん
Her
が亡くな
grandmother
って
died, and my Yuri really loved
ずっ
her.
と悲しん
She
で
looked
た
so
あいつが
sad, like she was going to disappear any minute
そ
now.
れで口から出た
Then I said something
痛々
really
しい
silly.
は俺の
That you're my hostage, right?
って
Hearing it from another person made me so embarrassed that I wanted to go
若
hide.
かったんだ
I was young, the
若
folly
さ
of
ゆえの
youth, you know.
過ちと
それでも
But those words
その言葉
saved
は
Mommy,
ママを
didn't they?
どうだろうな
I don't know. If those words meant that I was holding her back, even all the way into the future.
オカリンさん
Ocarine?
そんなことより
Hey, are you hungry?
Haraga
Let's go get something to
hiranai
eat. Huh? Oh, yeah.
うん
I started walking ahead in an effort to change the subject. Kagari seemed hesitant as she tried to keep up.
何か食べたいものあるか
Is there anything you want to eat?
うんとね
Anything's
そう
fine.
いうのが一番困る
That's always the answer that makes things the hardest, you know?
だって
But everything in this era tastes so good, it's amazing.
未来じゃ何を
It's alchemy, clearly. What did you eat in the future?
お芋とか
Mostly
そういうの
yams and stuff.
あで
But
も
Mommy would flavor them differently every
え
day.
が
Mayuri cooked?
マユリの料理は
Was her cooking, well,
その
good? Yep,
そう
I see. The human animal was capable of growth, it seemed. Well, Yuki had been teaching her a lot lately. Maybe that had paid off.
だから私は
So anything's fine, really. Alright then.
おかえりなさいませ
Welcome back, Meowster. Oh, Ocarine and Gagarin Nyan too. I'd chosen to stop by May Queen Nyan Nyan, and it was packed.
今日は混ん
It's
でる
busy
な
today.
そうなのにゃ
Yeah, that's right. We just started an anime tie-in campaign now. Oh man. Come to think of it, there was a sign out front with some anime characters on it. I'd seen those characters all over
お
town.
かげで大繁盛
So the place is packed now.
なのに30分くらい待
If you're willing to wait 30 minutes, I can seat you.
そういうことなら
We'll take a rain
また
check
今度
then,
にするよ
okay? Yeah, let's come back someday when it's a little slower.
せっかく来てもらったのに
My apologies, guys. 57 yas and like 5 lines of dialogue and then she's gone. We left May Queen Nyan Nyan and walked around for a bit, but it was lunchtime and every place we saw was crowded. Yeah, Mayuri is like, you just give Mayuri alchemy, she's basically an Atelier Pro tag.
すごいね
Wow,
どこ
there's
も
people
人
everywhere.
たくだ
That's right. They should all just eat at home instead of going outside.
家で済ませればいいものを
But you're not eating at home. You're going outside. But that goes for us too, doesn't it? Yeah.
私たちにも当て
Now
はまる
then,
よ
what to
ね
do?
ラボで食べよっか
Should we eat at the lab?
言っとくが
Just so you know,
俺は
I
料理
can't
なんて
cook.
できる
私も私
Me
も
neither. Then that was out of the question.
簡単なものでいい
Doesn't
よ
have to be anything complicated. I always wanted to try that one thing. You know, the noodles you put hot water
カッ
on?
プ麺か
Instant noodles? You sure that's what you want?
とね
In the future, a lot of factories go away, so it's a lot harder to get.
ダルおじさんが
Uncle Daru was always talking about how he wanted some, so I wondered what they tasted
食べた
like.
いって言ってて
If she was okay with that, so was
気
I.
になってた
And
の
I had just the thing. A cup of noodle. We bought a lot of instant noodles at the local convenience store. If there were any left, Daru would probably eat them.
すっごいね
Wow, I didn't know there were so many different types of instant
今
noodles.
は未来と違って
Unlike the future, there's all kinds of different ones now. Convenience stores get new stuff almost every week.
そうなんだね
You're right, so I can pick any of these? Hikari looked inside the plastic bag I was
も
holding.
ちろん
Of course, take your favorite.
それじゃ
Alright, what should I pick then? She looked just like a child, the way she put her finger to her lips as her eyes shone.
私これ
I'll have this one, salt flavor.
なら
You can take 2 or 3 if you
食
want.
べても
Really?
あ
Oh, but if I eat too many, I'll get fat.
食べ過ぎちゃうと
She had so many different expressions that I never get tired of watching them.
そういえば
Hey, don't you also get something else while you were there?
あ
Yep, this. I took something plastic out of the
これっ
bag.
て
Is this
あフォークだよ
a fork? I thought it might be
箸じゃ
hard to
食
eat
べ
with
づらいじゃん
chopsticks.
自分専用のものにして
You can keep it and leave it in the
ラボに置い
lab.
ておけばいい
いいのもらっちゃ
Is that really okay?
別に
It's nothing
大した
special,
ことじゃない
really. Krisu had always wanted her own fork. I knew this didn't make up for anything. I just wanted to do it.
やったありがとう
Yay, thank you. Honestly, I'm not very good with chopsticks. Mommy always lectured me about it. Oh, it's got a bunny on the end. How cute. Yeah, my own fork. This means I own 2 things now. The other must have been the keychain that Mayuri gave her.
でも
I don't know why, but it feels like I've always wanted this.
これもしかして
Could this be one of Krisu's
お父
memories?
さんの記憶
World War III start because of the fork. Somebody says go fork yourself, takes it too seriously, bombs drop.
さあ
I don't really know.
ねえオカリン
Hey,
さん
Ocarine, you were in love with Krisu, weren't you? I love the concept of him, like, having a spit take, but he wasn't drinking anything. Like, it's not like he was mid-sip, still spit takes, though. I was choked at the unexpected change in the direction of the conversation.
大丈
Are you okay? Where did that come
いきなりな
from?
んで
夫だって
Because that's what it means when someone is important to you, right?
で
So, is it true? Did you
好
love
きだっ
her?
たの
She seemed genuinely interested. I guess she was the right age for that.
まあ
Well, it's true that meeting her changed my life.
ああごまか
You
した
changed the subject, no fair.
でも
But I like the idea of someone being so important to you that they change your life. Like Guilty Gear Suka's gonna be for me. She changed everything, past and future. So, Ocarine, what kind of person do you think she
気になる
was?
か
Are you interested?
自分の頭
I
の
want to
中
know
に
more
ある
about the person who
記憶の
owns these memories in my
俺
head.
が教えなくても
It's your soul key.
記憶として頭の
You
中
still
にある
have
ん
her
じゃない
memories
か
even if I don't tell you, right?
それが
But I can't force myself to remember them. Sometimes they just come out in fragments.
それも大抵
And it's all really complicated stuff.
だから
So, I want to know more about what kind of person she was, you know? Kagari had never actually met Krisu, had she? If she was sharing the memories of someone she'd never met, it would make sense if she wanted to know more about
あ
her.
いつは
She, Krisu Makase, was a very curious
ふむ
girl.
ふむ
I see, I see.
その上頑固で
And she was stubborn. If she thought she was right, she would never back down, no matter what.
そうなんだ
I see.
不遜で
She
強
was
がりで
arrogant and strong-willed, but also really lonely.
寂しがり屋
The
で
memories of all the conversations I'd had with Krisu and everything I'd gone through with her came flooding back into my mind. I'd talked to her here, just like this once before, come to think of it. Not in this world line,
そ
though.
れに
And she was scary when she got mad.
怖い
Scary? How?
回答して海馬に
She'd say stuff like, I'll cut open your skull and jam an electrode in your hippocampus. I like how she also fwiz like Mayuri. And then for some reason she ran a few steps forward and spun around. And then,
そんなこと言ってる
you keep talking like that and I'll cut open your skull and jam an electrode into your hippocampus.
今すぐ解
Should
答して
Should I cut open your skull and jam an electrode into your hippocampus right now? Krisu,
なんて
was it like that?
オカリンさん
Ocarine?
あ
Oh, no.
いや
The memories of Krisu inside Kagari. If they could be perfectly replicated inside Kagari's head, would Kagari Shina become Krisu Makase? It was a stupid idea. Personality and memories were different things. But even so, if her memories turned into Krisu's completely, if that happened...
オカリン
Ocarine? Huh? Kagari wandered back up to me and put her weight against me. It was so sudden I caught my breath. I could feel her warmth in my chest. The feeling of her skin. It reminded me of Krisu.
す
The sound of her pained moan brought me back to reality. What's wrong, Kagari?
頭
My head. My head.
頭が痛いのか
Your head hurts? Kagari's body twitched in my arms. No, no, I don't want to go back. Save me, someone get me out of here.
どうしたんだ
What's wrong, Kagari? Save me, Mommy. Why won't you save me?
落ち着け
Calm down, Kagari. I grabbed her hands to keep her from struggling anymore. The people on the street were staring at me, but I didn't have time to think about it. It's okay, it's okay. Seems happy.
歩けるか
Can you walk? Let's get back to the lab. She'd finally calmed down, but seemed to still be in pain. I let her lean on my shoulder as I took her back to the lab. Once we got back, she went to sleep and didn't wake up. Her headache seemed to have calmed down, but sometimes she would still moan. I'd contacted Mayuri and the others, and they were probably going to arrive soon, but... Excuse me. The words she said before.
助けて誰か助けてママどうして助けてくれないの
Again, it's all... I'm sure we're going down a happy path, right? Happiness? Definitely. What was that? Were those fragments of her lost memories? If that was the case, then she really was... Ocarine! Just as I went to look at the clock, the door opened and Mayuri and Lukiko came running in. Is Kagari okay? Yeah, she's sleeping now. I'm so glad. She must have heard us talking because Kagari's eyes slowly opened. Kagari? Huh? Where am I? She looked around, afraid. Calm down, you're in the lab. The lab? Japan? That's right, Akihabara, Japan. Japan. I'm in Japan. Oh, that's right, that exchange program. I need to get ready for the lecture, don't I? Exchange program? She's acting strange. Hey, Ocarine? Exchange program? Lecture? Those were Krisu's memories. Huh? My paper? Where's my paper? I worked really hard on it so I could show it to Dad. Calm down, Kagari. Those aren't your memories. Kagari looked up at me in a daze. Ocarine? That's right. Your name is Kagari Shina, not Krisu Makase. Kagari. My name is Kagari. Happy times? Lukiko, sorry, can you handle this? Yes. Kagari was confused for a while after that, but she gradually started to calm down again. Once it seemed safe to do so, I'd taken her back to Yanabayashi Shrine. But maybe we weren't going to be able to look after Kagari ourselves after all. Maybe we should take her to a hospital? Was it my ego that was stopping me from doing so? I kept thinking about that as I walked along. Mayushi's gonna stay over tonight, okay? Yeah, that would be a big help. It would make Kagari feel a lot better. Try to treat her like you normally would, as much as possible. Yeah, okay. I told her to contact me right away if anything came up, then headed back to the lab. Is Kagari in bad shape? That was the first thing Suzuha said to me when I walked through the door. She and Maho were sitting on the sofa. I told them about the situation already via Ryan. They were still worried anyway, probably. She's calmed down now, but she was very confused for a while. Is it Krisu's memories? Yeah. At this point, I don't think there's any doubt. I still don't know why, but inside Kagari's mind were Krisu Makase's memories. The question was how to deal with this problem. There were limits to what we could do on our own. The most we could hope to do was figure out how this had happened. That wouldn't be a real solution. To really fix this, we needed to get her back to normal, to erase Krisu's memories and restore the original Kagari. And for that, we needed the help of a specialist. Maho Hyajo was a specialist in that sense. There was nobody else who knew as much about memories and the workings of the brain. But there was a problem. We still hadn't told her that Kagari was from the future. In this world line, Maho didn't know Suzuha and the others that well. Of course, she didn't know about the future or the time machine. Was it okay to tell her? Hey, how did you guys meet Kagari? I wonder what she was up to before she came to Urashibara's house. Kagari was found near the prefectural border in Chiba. When she woke up, she didn't have any memories of what had happened before. That was the same as the last world line. But she had her memories of when she was a kid, right? You knew her, didn't you? Where was she when she was a kid? Suzuha looked at me silently. Is Kagari okay? She's fine, don't worry. I'll do something. We're all doing our best. Mayuri's smart enough to know a lie. So one of these two. I'm gonna go with the I'll do something. Okay, Ocarine, thanks. Yep, just leave it to me. Good. Okay. Suzuha looked at me silently. She felt responsible for what Kagari was going through right now, probably. I could see on her face that she wanted to bring back the old Kagari somehow. Uncle, what do we do? Can we tell her? Maho was a scientist. If we told her the truth, she'd be sure to take an interest in time travel. She already apparently knows the 11 theories of time travel. She might start working on a time machine. This was a big risk, but if we want to save Kagari, we don't have a choice, I guess. I thought for a moment, then nodded. My priority right now was helping Kagari. Suzuha nodded back and then turned to face Maho. Only a very few people know what I'm about to tell you, so make sure you don't tell anyone, okay? What's all this about? Maho seemed overwhelmed by the sudden chill emanating from Suzuha. But Suzuha kept talking. It may seem like a joke, but it isn't. Can you promise or not? Pick one. Maho looked at me, hesitant, but she must have seen something in my face. Fine, I won't tell anyone, I promise. She nodded. Alright, I'll start by answering your first question. Where were Kagari and I when she was a kid? We were living in 2036, after the Third World War ended and civil wars raged on everywhere. Maho's mouth hung open for a second, but soon her cheeks flushed with anger. Don't make fun of me, I'm being serious here. Suzuha remained silent. Her eyes were ice cold and staring straight into Maho's. Yajo, Suzuha warned you at the start. This isn't a fictional story, and it isn't a joke. Suzuha and Kagari came from 25 years in the future in a time machine. In a time machine? There's no way you could make... Even if I told you it was Krisu Makase who came up with the basic theory? The second I said Krisu's name, the anger vanished from her face. That can't... Fine, I'll listen to what you have to say. Suzuha and I told her almost everything. How I met Krisu, about the D-mails, what happened in the Alpha World line, the development of the time machine, Mayuri's death, tractor field theory, what happened in 2036, what was going on with Kagari. The one thing I didn't tell her was the truth about Krisu's death. Yeah, it's a hard one to cover. Just give me a moment to process all that. What you're telling me is that Suzuha and Kagari came here from the year 2036 to have Okabe change the future, right? That's right. Maho sank into the sofa and sighed. I can't imagine Okabe being capable of pulling something like that off. Neither can Okabe. So that's fair. I can't believe the fate of all humanity rests on a single person. I don't think I can do it either. I'd given up, actually. On the entire future. If it's not really believable, but the theory you described might allow for a time loop, yes. Damn hiccups tonight. And more than anything, it was Krisu who came up with that theory, right? Then it's worth looking into. Because she was a genius. Her words together seemed like a mixture of admiration, jealousy, and envy. So you believe it, yeah? In exchange, I want you to let me see that time machine. If you came here in it, it still has to be around, right? It is. It's very close. I'll need to look into this, but I've decided to believe you for now, so I want you to help me to believe. Alright. There was no hesitation in her voice. Thank you. If Suzuha said it was okay, it wasn't my place to speak. If Maho was going to help, that was all that mattered. Let's get back to Kagari. Like I just told you, she separated from Suzuha when she was 10, and we have no idea where she was until she was found last month. I'm thinking she may not have been in Japan. For how long, I had no way of knowing. It may have been the whole time, or perhaps only a week. Uncle Okarin's hypothesis is that she was at Victor Krandia University. Yeah, and that in some form or another she made contact with Amadeus. The look on Maho's face was one between acceptance and resignation. She sighed loudly. A copy of Krisu's memory data had been saved for use by Amadeus. This data was the only possible source for the memories within Kagari's head. Her words today had only strengthened my theory. Exchange program, lecture, these fragments of memories were all from before she'd come to Japan. The memory data had last been saved just before she'd come to America. Just before she'd come to Japan. That was another match. I just checked with Dr. Leskinen a while ago. Krisu's memory data had been sealed away, and no one can access it, he said. And Dr. Leskinen would never lie. But I don't have the authority to check that for myself. And it's possible someone took the data before the project was shut down. The only people who could have done that were people involved with the Amadeus research, right? Not necessarily. Anybody could do it if they hacked the server. Anyone was an exaggeration. Your average person wouldn't have a clue. You'd have to be a super hacker. The question is why? If your theory is right, why would they want to do that? I said, yeah. He's clearly a good man, huh? The most obvious possibility was that somebody wanted access to Krisu Makase's mind, but Amadeus should suffice for that. There was no need to move her memories into another person's brain, and why would they want her mind that badly anyway? She was a genius, sure, but she'd only published a single paper. There's no reason to think it would be that important to anyone, unless... What if somebody knew that the basic theory of time travel was locked in Krisu's memories? Someone out there would want it. But Krisu arrived at that theory in the other world line you were telling me about, right? Have you ever heard of Dr. Nakabachi's paper? Nakabachi? The guy who sought asylum in Russia? That's right. I took a look at it and calling it a paper is being way too kind. I think it's an inferior copy, and there's another version, an original. What are you talking about? Dr. Nakabachi's real name is Soichi Makise. It's Krisu's real father. I thought back to what I saw that day. Yeah, he's not a good person. He's not a good father either, but also not a good person. Also been thinking about whether it's possible to create a time machine. Read this. I want your opinion, Dad. It's not bad. Really? I think maybe we could publish it under both our names. Don't publish this. I'll take it. Come to think of it, I remember her saying before she left Japan that she was going to see her dad. He was announcing a new theory and she'd been given an invitation. That day, Nakabachi had stolen Krisu's paper. And after he'd gone to Russia, he'd published his own paper. I hadn't seen it myself. Whenever I thought about it, I always thought about what I'd seen that day and what had happened right after, so I'd been avoiding it. But I'd heard the professors at school talking about it. It was so terrible that it had become something of a running gag. But if it was just a bad copy of an original, if what had been published was just Nakabachi's own reinterpretation of Krisu's theory, and her original still existed somewhere else, that's right, Krisu had written the original theory. It had to be better than that. She'd actually succeeded in making the time leap machine. Then, you mean someone found out about this paper and was trying to get the theory needed to make a working time machine out of Krisu's brain? The cause of the Third World War was the intensification of the race for the time machine between the EU and Russia. Even America started to get involved, and it got completely out of hand. Things are proceeding exactly as history said they would. Those people had attacked the lab in the last world line. Inoji had said they weren't Japanese, but they were military. Some military wanted Krisu's time machine theory. That would explain why they chose to download her memories into Kagari's mind. I'm worried about Kagari. Believe in us, we'll do what we can. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Gotta be this one. Oh, right. That's right, I believe in you more than anyone, Okabe. Of course, and Hashida and Maho, too. If there's anything I can do, let me know. I'll do anything. I'll let you know. Amadeus would never talk about something that it didn't want to talk about. But what about a human? There were truth serums and torture methods. A human could be forced to talk, maybe. There's no sad music in the original about believing us. No, of course not. Maybe they'd done that to Kagari. Of course, this was just a guess. But if it was a military that had tried to kidnap Kagari, it was quite possible. Moving memory data into a brain, huh? It's possible, right? Even with modern technology. Krisu succeeded in it, and she said it was an application of her own research. Yeah, that's right. It's possible. And that's what Amadeus was originally created to do. Medical applications, wasn't it? Leskinen had talked about it at the seminar, and Maho had interpreted. In this world line, Amadeus had been shut down, and this seminar had never happened, though. Maho gave me the same explanation I'd heard before. I was right, and memory data transplants were theoretically possible. Krisu's time leap machine is another application of this. Of course, both of them were intended to move the memories back into the original person's head. And Krisu had said that even that was dangerous. Then what would happen if you tried to move them to another person's head? This, clearly. I don't think it would be as simple as copying them to a hard drive on a PC with a different OS. We don't even know how much capacity the human brain has. In terms of a strict storage capacity, we should easily have enough room to store the memories of two 20-year-old girls. Daru had once told me that the brain storage capacity was 3.24 terabytes. But the problem goes beyond that. Like you said, we're still not even at the point of successfully downloading memories back into the original brain. If you try to copy those memories into someone else's brain, it could cause serious inconsistency problems, like we've been seeing. In fact, we're seeing these errors start to happen right now. Yeah. What will happen to Kagari if we don't do anything? Will she turn into Krisu Makase? Memories and personality are different things. Memories are controlled by the hippocampus and cerebral cortex. Personality is constructed by the prefrontal cortex. The functions of the two are intricately connected. Different parts of the brain had different functions, but they weren't completely independent. Memories probably played a large role in forming your personality. The mix of the two sets of memories is probably putting a lot of stress on her brain. If we don't do something, it could cause her entire personality to disintegrate. Suzuha slammed her fist into her knees in frustration. Is there some way to stop it? The only way is to remove Krisu's memories from Kagari's mind. Can you do it? If I can analyze the data in her brain, yes, but how many years away is that? I don't know. Suzuha's fists were clenched so tightly I could almost hear the sound. I could tell she was blaming herself for letting Kagari run away. If there was a way, it would be to overwrite her past memories again. Overwrite her memories? I don't think whoever altered her memories intended to leave her original ones. She might have been right. Putting two sets of memories in one mind was just asking for problems. Which means that the experiments they'd done on her had resulted in a different outcome than they'd intended. In a sense, they had failed. So, if we were able to overwrite her memories once more with proper equipment, it might fix her? But we don't have that memory data. We'll just have to hope they made backups. What about the equipment? It would be great if we could just find it somewhere, but if it doesn't exist, we can make it. It's not that easy. But Krisu made it, right? Huh? Oh, right. It had to work similarly to the time leap machine. Which means I can. No, I will make it too. I might be able to help with that. The question is where to find her memory data. We'll just have to find it somehow. But there simply wasn't enough information. All we knew was that it was a non-Japanese Western military. And that information wasn't solid either. If anybody held the key, it was the woman in the motorcycle suit. I thought of a name and quickly brushed it from my mind. Any good ideas? None. It wasn't Yuki Amane. It couldn't be. We talked late into the night trying to come up with a way to find out who had done the experiments on Kagari. But even though we spent a lot of time on it, none of us had any good ideas. Don't forget, this is all still before another split. This is just build up to another fork. Can't believe it. No, but it's true, isn't it? On the train back, Maho Hyajo was having trouble controlling her excitement. Two girls who said they'd come from the future. Excuse me. And Rintaro Okabe's story about the time leap machine. Normally she'd never believe them. But if Krisu Makase's mind had made these things possible, she could accept them. Krisu was a genius. She just might be capable of it. To Maho, Krisu seemed capable of anything. And most of all, she'd seen it for herself. On the way back from the lab, Suzuha had taken her to the top of the radio building and showed her a real time machine. It was night, and she didn't have a lot of time to look at it closely, but she could tell at a glance that it wasn't made with modern technology. Honestly, she wanted to start working on making another one tomorrow. No, right now even. But she had something to do first. the time leap machine that Krisu had made. She needed to make an improved version. That meant she was going to be practically living at Okabe's lab for a while. So she decided to get what she needed from the office in Wako City. From outside the building, she could see that the lights were still on despite the late hour. Maho. As soon as she got inside, Dr. Leskinen rushed over, his face pale. What? What happened here? The room had clearly been ransacked. Of course, the place barely had anything in it to begin with, so with a quick glance it was hard to see what had changed. But Maho and Dr. Leskinen's desk had clearly been searched. The drawers had been locked, but the locks had been broken and their contents spilled out. Dr. Reyes hadn't brought much of anything, fortunately, and so she escaped with very little damage, but her drawers had been dumped out too. What happened here? Someone broke in. A thief? It was like this when I got here. It might be espionage. In an empty office like this? Wouldn't it make more sense to hit the Riken Institute next door? Only a few people even know this office existed to begin with. Suddenly, Okabe's words began to take on a new meaning for her. Could this have something to do with what he'd said? Was the secret war over the time machine already beginning? Anyway, Maho, I want you to see if anything's been stolen from your things. Oh, okay. Well, was anything taken? No, nothing of mine. She checked the desk and the drawers and couldn't find a single thing missing. What about you two? I don't seem to have lost anything either. I looked at my computer, but I didn't see any trace of access by a third party. You're sure nothing was stolen? Yes. Come to think of it, Maho, what about your laptop? Was that stolen? Oh, I left that at the hotel. It should be fine. I see. I hope you're right. What do we do? Call the police? If nothing was stolen, it might not do us any good to make a fuss. Somebody broke into your... Alright, don't make a fuss, I guess. You're right, maybe we should just wait and see what happens. Maho wasn't sure that was a good idea, but she could understand that going to the police would be a big hassle, especially since they weren't Japanese to begin with. And more than anything, Dr. Leskinen probably didn't want to lose time that could be spent on research. The same was true of Maho, too. Actually, Professor, I need a favor. Dr. Leskinen agreed to give her a vacation much more readily than she expected. Maybe coming to the office over New Year's had paid off. Now she'd be able to focus on the time leap machine. Once she got back to her hotel room, she quickly got her things ready. She wasn't checking out of the hotel, but she needed clothes and other things so she could stay at the lab for a while. Okay, the last thing I need is... Once she finished packing her bag, she grabbed another bag that was placed next to it. It was a laptop and portable hard drive that she'd gotten from Krisu's mother after her death. She tried many times to crack the password, but never managed to succeed. She knew that she wouldn't have time to do anything with it, but she still didn't want to leave it here. That's right, wasn't he... After she made one last check of her things and got ready to leave the room, an idea came to her. Not a bad idea if I do say so myself. Maybe this is what Krisu wanted? She quickly shook her head and chased the idea from her mind. Krisu would get mad at her. Life and death were like a binary, 0 and 1. You could be one or the other. There was no will that existed after death, if it existed at all. It existed inside the brain. Several days passed, and I still had no idea who had planted the memories in Kagari's head. I went all the way out to talk to the priest who'd found her, and even questioned the locals in the surrounding area, but I'd had no luck. Suzuha seemed to be doing her own research. She hadn't been back in the lab since then. She was in touch with Daru at regular intervals, so I don't think she was in danger. I asked Tenoji and Moika again, but neither of them seemed to have any luck. In this world line, the lab hadn't even been attacked, which meant they might be up to something else. Even if they were, I had no way of even imagining what it was. But I was sure that someone had kidnapped a young Kagari Shina and experimented on her, and only recently had she escaped. They had to be planning something, and I was sure it was bad. We didn't have time to wait for them to act, but without any clues, there was nothing we could do. My mind kept going in circles, and I kept getting more frustrated and nervous with every minute. Sorry to make you do all this for me, Maho.
うん
No, it's almost done.
あと
Oh, and I'm doing it for me too.
少しでできそうだから
Maho staggered out of the development room, sank into the sofa,
こ
and
れは
smiled
私のためでもあるん
sleepily.
だし
There were dark spots under her eyes. For the last few days, she'd been working on the device without any sleep. Her work needed to pay off soon, as fast as
そ
possible.
れにしても
Anyway, I never would have come up with the idea of using a cell phone, and even if I had, I never would have actually tried
携
it.
帯は話すときに
When you're talking on a cell phone, you always need to put it up to your temples, you know?
こめかみ周辺には
That's where the frontal and temporal lobes are. If you consider that the parahippocampal gyrus in the temporal lobe is where the memories are stored, it makes sense, I think.
問題は
The question is how we compress the memories, isn't it?
させるかよね
それについては
I'm working day and night to make that
すま
happen.
ないな
Sorry, Daru.
しかもハッキン
You
グが
absolutely insisted that I not let them find out that I'm hacking them from this lab, so it's extra hard. We've got other work to do too, you know? To compress the memories, we needed CERN's LHC, no matter what. An abbreviation of Large Hadron Collider, which is an experimental device used to cause charged particles to collide and study the results. Built by CERN and located 100 meters below the ground in Geneva, Switzerland, it is the world's largest ring-shaped particle accelerator. Its total length is 27 kilometers. Many different teams, including one from Japan, use the device to perform experiments. The reason it's a ring is that when charged particles pass through an electromagnetic field, the Lorentz force causes them to bend. I want to see if I can fact check this, but if I recall correctly, Large Hadron Collider. I don't know. I had heard that there was a frankly insane amount of copper wire used to make the Large Hadron Collider, but I don't know if that's a quick fact-checkable thing. No, probably not. Alright, cool. That's fine. That one took a lot of thought. If we made an enemy out of CERN, that tragedy I had gone through before would repeat. But the main reason that CERN had attacked us was the D-mails we'd sent to the past. If it weren't for that, they probably wouldn't have bothered. And since we weren't sending D-mail, CERN would probably never even detect us. Probably. That's it. Yeah. I just did a quick search. Top result didn't have it. But yeah, literally enough to go around the Earth almost 7 times. Just that's the wiring of the Large Hadron Collider. That's insane. Fortunately, Suzuha had the IBM 5100 that we needed for the hack. Things were coming together better than I'd expected.
にしてもさオカリン
You know, Ocarine, she's almost a completely different person now. You're right.
It's
So they can blow up the Earth, yeah. I mean, oh, Ark, you weren't around for Steins Gate 1. There's a really fun website out there. Has the Large Hadron Collider destroyed the world yet.com. Yep. Go to it. Go ahead. I'll even post the link. It's been around for a while. Has the Large Hadron Collider destroyed the world yet.com. The best website. I remember when it was being built, people were really worried about that. Like, and since absolutely nothing has happened, but like when it was being built, people were like, it's gonna make black holes, it's gonna destroy the world, everything's doomed. I nodded at Daru. For the past few days, more of Krisu's memories had been invading Kagari's mind. Lately, she even started discussing complex technical subjects with Maho. Changes to one day. No, I'm happy with it as it is. She was acting just like Krisu used to when she lived in America. At first, Maho seemed put off, but she eventually adapted. Maho probably wanted to get details about the device from Krisu, so it seemed to be helping. The changes to yes, out of nowhere, yeah. You know, even after seeing the time machine, I still can't believe you made the time leap machine in a lab like this. The idea of digitizing human memories and sending them to the past is an amazing one. You're brilliant, Maho. I'll say the exact same thing to you. Huh? You're a genius, and in the end, I'm just Salieri. Oh, on April 1st, perfect, yeah. Watching the two of them, it was easy to fool myself into thinking it was Maho and Krisu talking. Hey, Kagari? Oh, right. I wanted to ask about Amadeus. What happened to the project? Unfortunately, it was shut down. Kagari? Shut down? Why? Did Dr. Leskinen decide to do that? I don't know. The professor said the orders came from higher up. But it was going so well. Hey, Krisu. Yes?
あ
Huh? Oh, what was I just...
君は鏡。
You're Kagari. Kagari Shina, right?
シーナ係そう
That's right.
私は
I'm Kagari
シーナ
Shina.
係
I'm...
私は
Kagari suddenly put her hands up to her head, afraid.
でも
But then,
それじゃ
what are these
これは
memories in my head?
それはマキセクリス
They're
の記憶
Krisu
だ。
Makuse's memories, not yours.
そんなこと言われてもわかんないよ
I don't know what that means. Kagari was acting completely different now than she was just a moment ago with Maho. She raised her voice like a child throwing a tantrum.
私にとっては
To me, these are
私の
all
記憶
my
マユリ
memories.
ママたちとの記
My
憶も
memories with Mommy Mayuri, and my memories with my dad when I was a kid, and then my memories of the college in America are all
ど
inside
れが
me.
本当で
I don't know which are real and which are fake. Her
私
words turned to sobs.
わかんないよ
I could understand how she felt. From her perspective, it was all real. None of it was fake. It was easy to tell her to get a hold of herself, but it wasn't that easy for her to actually do it. I remembered what Krisu had said when she'd finished the time leap machine. She said you could never put your memories inside someone else's mind. It would destroy their personality. But just if we were to leave Kagari like this, what would happen? There was a chance that her own memories would disappear and only Krisu's would remain. If that happened, who would the person in front of me become? Would they be Kagari? Or would they be Krisu? If it was Krisu... That wasn't true. It was impossible. I couldn't even think about it. The more I thought, the more I felt a horrible idea tugging at my mind, no matter how much I tried to ignore it. Tell me, what am I supposed to do?
どう
Save
した
me,
らいいの
Mommy, Daddy.
助
It
け
would
て
have been great if Mayuri was around, but unfortunately, both she and Lukuko had gone to school. Both of them were worried about Kagari and had told me to contact them if anything came up, but that didn't mean I could rely on them all the
かが
time.
りたん
Kagari-tan, why not go for a walk and get your mind off things?
そうね
That's right, humans have a tendency to overthink things when they're sitting
余計な
still.
こと考えちゃうものよ
Excuse me. It might be better to move around a
体を動
little.
かした
と
Okay.
いうわけでオカリン
Alright, Ocarine, take care of Kagari-tan.
わかった。
Okay. The two of us walked out to Central Street together, but we didn't really have anything to do. The air outside must have made her feel a little better, because Kagari was starting to calm
そ
down.
の、
So,
ど
to
こか
someplace
行
you'd
きたい
like
と
to
ころ。
go?
どこでもいいの
Can I go anywhere I want to?
あ、
Yeah, anywhere you
Kimi no-
want.
それじゃあ
Then
クリスさん
take me
と行
somewhere
った
you
と
went
ころ
with
に連れ
Krisu.
て
What?
オカリンさんが
Take me someplace you
ク
went
リ
with
スさん
Krisu,
と歩い
Ocarine.
たことのある場所
Somewhere
に
I'd been with Krisu.
連れて行っ
What could that be? The coin laundry in the neighborhood? Orion Park? Gyudon Sambo? I hadn't spent a lot of time with her at fun or romantic places. I spent a lot of time with her, but most of it had disappeared into many different world lines. I'd gone through that time again and again, but most of it had been spent arguing and working with her in the lab. We never spent any time going places to have fun, and we never made it to Amori either.
オカリンさんが
Where did you first meet Krisu, Ocarine?
初めて会った
Where we
場所。
first met.
私
That's
そ
where I
こ
want
に
to
行き
go.
たい
The place where Krisu and I had met. It was...
ここが
Is this it? A brightly colored building in front of Akihabara Station, the radio building. This was where it started. Yes, this is where everything had begun. On that day, the time machine appeared on the roof of the building. It was just after that when I met Krisu. I could still remember it. The challenging look in her eyes. Thinking back, I may had already fallen in love with her then. But even though this was the place I'd met her, this was also the place where I'd... Just happy memories for Okabe all the time.
オカリンさん
Ocarine, what's wrong? Sorry. Lately I'd been so busy with Kakari that I started to think I was getting a little better, but maybe I wasn't.
汗すごい
You're really sweating. I'm sorry. Is this my fault?
いや、そう
No,
じゃない
that's
んだ
not it. It's just... Whenever I came here, I couldn't help but remember what happened that day. But... Let's go.
行こ
いいの
You sure?
悪
You're
い
not
でしょ
feeling good, are
う。
you?
大丈夫だ。
I'm fine. I couldn't just stand out here forever. I couldn't keep Mayuri, Daru, and the others worrying forever. If I needed to get over it at some point, then...
わかった
Alright, let's go.
それじゃあ
Something soft touched my hand. Kagari was holding my hand tightly in hers.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Kagari led me down the bustling street towards the radio building. My knees felt like they were about to give out at any second. Even after I'd gone inside, I was still doing better than I thought I would. But I still didn't like climbing the stairs when it happened. We took the elevator to the roof. Paris, aka Rumiho Akiha, had carefully locked the door to the roof so that no one who wasn't authorized could enter. I had been given a key too, but today was the first time I was able to use it. The first thing I saw after coming onto the roof was a strangely shaped object, the time machine. Wow, I remember this. I came here in this thing. Kagari happily ran up to the time machine. It was right after she separated from Suzuha that she'd lost her memories. Over 3,000 unique visitors daily, apparently. I'm glad, because they straight up made it years ago when it was first, about to be completed and people were losing their minds over it. I'm glad people still remember it. That's cool. I'm also glad it's not, laden with ads or anything. It's just, nope, that's it. It's simple, it's perfect, it's effective. I had no idea I got so many views, though. That's unexpected, but cool. She remembered going from the future to this place in 1975. The first time I came outside here, I was amazed at how pretty the sky was. Unfortunately, it wasn't very pretty right now. But Kagari spoke as if this was an endless blue sky stretching out in front of us. I didn't want to leave Mommy, so I stayed inside the machine and cried. I missed her so much. Really? Wow, alright. I wouldn't expect that. But Suzuha told me that I had to stop crying and I couldn't be like that anymore. But I was still so sad. And then the hatch opened and I saw the blue sky. Sky in 2036 isn't blue? Yeah. The war made it all black and dark, and they wouldn't let me go outside very much. The mid-70s were right after this big economic growth spurt. Ecological concerns weren't as important as they are now. That was also when air pollution was a really big deal. The air probably wasn't as clean as it is now. If it seemed beautiful to her anyway, that must have meant the air in the future was really terrible. Ocarine, is this where you first met Krisu? No, this isn't it. This is... Huh? Yeah, it would. Yeah. A cold drop hit my nose. It started to rain. Yeah, you're right. That's right. You're alive? Right, I forgot I might run into you here. What were you doing? Thinking? Oh. The rain had been falling then, too. When she'd learned that either she or Mayuri was fated to die, she'd come here and looked up at the sky like this. And then that happened. It's really pouring! Ocarine, get inside! Ocarine? What has she been thinking then? When she'd entrusted her fate to another person, to me. Ocarine, you're going to catch a cold, hurry! Kagari dragged me inside, away from the noise of the falling rain. A few moments later, I found myself sitting there. The place was being renovated, and none of the stores were open. The lights were off too, and it made the place seem very gloomy. Wow, that really surprised me. That day, after the rain, Krisu and I had leaned up against each other and talked. And this was also the place where... This is it. Huh? This is where I met Krisu. Strictly speaking, this is where I'd first met her in the Beta World line. That day, half a year ago. What were you trying to tell me earlier? What are you talking about? About 15 minutes ago, before the conference started. You were trying to tell me something, right? You looked really sad. You looked like you were going to start crying any second. Why? Have we met before? Thinking back, that was the beginning of everything. Wish I'd never met her. Only I'd known this would be the result. If I'd never met her, I wouldn't have to feel this way. Ocarine. I felt something soft touch my face. Mommy used to do this whenever I was scared. Why? You look like you were going to start crying any second. Yeah, he's circled. He's just not... Yeah, good shape. Kagari patted me on the head again and again, as if I were a child.
あいつと
This is where I first met Krisu.
ここって
Here on the landing? Yeah. She left a terrible first impression. The first time she met me, she was arrogant and spent a lot of time glaring at me. Not cute at all. Of course, she probably felt the same way about me. After all, at the time I was rambling nonsense like the organization agents.
でも
But she still ended up being someone you cared about. That's right. That was in the Alpha World line, though. Right after I'd met Krisu in this one, she'd...
私の顔って
My face looks a lot like Makase's, doesn't it?
どうしてそれを
How did you know? Maho told me
それ
so.
でネット
And
で
so
調
I
べ
looked
て
it
み
up on the
たんだ
internet,
け
and
ど
I was
そん
amazed.
な人の記憶が
Maybe it's fate that her
私
memories
の
are
中
inside
に
me.
あるなんて
Fate. It always was.
運命なの
Fate
かな
laughed at us. It toyed with us.
ねえもし
Hey,
も
just hypothetically. A drop of rain ran down Kagari's hair and hit the floor.
もしもね
If I were to lose my memories as Kagari Shina, and they were all replaced with the memories of Krisu Makase,
そしたら
would I turn into Krisu Makase?
そう簡単にいくも
It's
のじゃ
not
ない
that
で
simple.
も
But what if it were? If that
も
happened,
しも
would you
そう
be
なる
happy?
私が
If I became Krisu, would it make you happy? It was the voice of the demon I tried so many times to ignore.
俺は
I didn't want that, did I?
でも
But I wouldn't like that,
私は
though.
やっぱり
Another drop of rain struck the floor. I don't want to disappear, not knowing why I was ever alive, not being of any use to anybody.
係
私
What's going to happen to
どう
me?
なっちゃうのかな
Kagari was shaking a little.
私
It wasn't just because of the cold. I'm sorry.
いや
No. I never did figure out what she was
こ
apologizing
のま
for.
まじゃ風邪をひく
You're going to catch cold. Let's go home. Yeah.
とにかく
Just come in. The first time I went into Lukako's room, it really did look like a girl's room. Wow, you're both soaked. You better hurry and change. Yanabayashi Shrine was closer to the radio building than the lab, so I decided to bring Kagari there. Mayuri had sent me a message on the way, so I'd had her come here first. I figured that Kagari needed Mommy Mayuri now more than she needed me. This way.
ママ
Just like I thought, the second she saw Mayuri's face, she relaxed a little.
寒かったでしょ
You must have been so cold,
お風
right?
呂沸かしてきますね
I'll get a bath ready. Lukako handed us towels to wipe away the rain and ran out of the room to start the bath.
お風呂
I want to take a bath with you, Mommy.
マユシと
With Mayushi? Sure, okay, but what will you do,
い
Ocarine?
や
Oh, I'm fine. You guys can go first. Okay, thanks. Make sure you change so you don't catch cold, okay?
と
I'll work something
なんと
out.
かする
Maybe I could borrow Lukako's father's clothes? Just as I got up to leave the room.
ち
Kagari?
ゃんどうしたの
What's wrong, Kagari? Something was wrong with Kagari. She was staring at Mayuri's face, confused.
かがり
Kagari?
誰
Who are you?
あなたは
Who are you?
誰マユシだよ
It's me, Mayushi. Kagari?
かがり
Kagari? My name?
かがり
違う
No, I'm...
誰
Who am I? I'm...
私は
More good times. Kagari tore at her hair and let loose a cry that sounded like it came from the pits of hell.
あれしろ
Get a hold of yourself, Kagari. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much. Hurts. It hurts. Mommy, help me. Help me, Daddy. Somebody save me. Happy times. Someone save me. Just good and happy. She was like a puppet whose strings had been cut. I blame Taku. Oh, 100%. Uh-huh. All the strength left her body, and she fell forward. By the time I left Lukako's house, the rain had stopped. We waited for a while after that, but Kagari showed no signs of waking up. She looked peaceful as she was sleeping, so I decided to leave her to Mayuri and Lukako, and head back to the lab. Clearly, yeah. According to the two of them, she'd gotten confused several times in the past, but never like this. We might have underestimated how dangerous her situation really was. Her brain was probably under a lot of stress already. We needed a way to deal with this, and now. But for that... Got it! I did it! The second I opened the door, I heard Daru and Maho yelling.
本当か
Really? I ran inside without even taking the time to remove my shoes.
おかりん
Oh, Okarin, perfect timing.
岡部さん、
Okabe, you're soaked.
そんなことはどうでもいい
That doesn't matter. Did you guys pull it off?
むふ
Mm-hmm. Daru gave me a thumbs up. Nice work,
でか
Daru.
した誰
スーパーハッカー
I'm a super hacker. This is
これ
nothing.
くらい当然
You
だ
could say
け
that,
ど
but I knew exactly how much talent and effort it took to hack CERN. Your average hacker couldn't do it. The name Super Hacker wasn't just for
ヒ
show.
ヤジョさんはヒヤジョ
What
さん
about you,
も完成
Hyajo?
した
Were
の
you
か
successful too?
私だって。
I'm pretty good at my
これ
job
くらい
too, you
どうっ
know.
てことなかったわ。
Maho stuck her thumb up just like Daru had.
さすがだな
Wow.
まあ、
Well, this was all thanks to the information you and
あ
Kagari
なた
gave
や
me.
かがりさん、そういう意味で
In
は
that sense, we were lucky that she had Kyusu's memories. No, you were the one who did the work.
ありがとう。
Thanks, I'll just accept the compliment.
あとは実際に
Now,
きちんと機能
the
する
question
か
is
どうか
whether
が
it
問題だけど。
works, and the only way to find out is to try it.
そうだな
You're right.
僕はキッチン二郎3回な
I want 3 trips to Kitchen Jiro. Sure thing. Anyway, everything was ready. All that was left was to find out who they were. But that was still the biggest problem. Ooh. Okay, I'm going to get some rest. I'm pretty
私は
tired.
ちょっと眠らせてもらう
The
わ。
sound of a ringing phone cut her off.
もう誰よ
Jeez, who is it? I'm about to go to
人がこれ
sleep.
から寝ようって時に。はい、もしもし。
Yes, hello? She muttered to herself as she took the phone to the back of the development room.
でかがりたんの方はどうなん
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So how's Kagari-tan doing?
それなんだが
About that. Just as I spoke, a Rhine message arrived. Kagari woke up. She's calmed down. I let out a small sigh of relief and sent back an answer. Got it. Sorry, can you look after her for a while? I'll contact you if I need you.
実は
It's the ringtone. By far. By a large amount. It's not good, actually. She forgot who Mayuri
マユリの
was
ことすら
today.
わ
マジで
Seriously?
それだけじゃない
That's not all. Right after that, she started complaining about a horrible headache and passed out.
それまずくね
That's bad, isn't it?
まず
Yeah, it is. We need to do
なんと
something.
かしないと
But unless we knew who we were up against, there was nothing we could do. What? You're sure? Daru and I exchanged glances at the sudden voice from the development room.
マホタンどうした
Mahotan,
ん
what's wrong?
何かあったのか
Did something happen? When we looked inside, Maho turned around in a state of shock.
荒らされたって。
Someone ransacked my hotel room.
私の借りてたホテルの部屋。
The call was from the hotel. Maho was staying at a business hotel in Wako City. Sometime in the past few days, while she'd been staying here, someone had ransacked it. She'd left her keycard with the front desk, but there were signs that the lock had been picked. She'd just given her okay to search the room.
それで
So, did they find anything?
今から警察に連絡
They're
する
just
か
about to
ら。
call the police, and they want me to come back and see if anything's been stolen.
じゃあ
Then
何
they
が取られ
don't
た
know
か
what
わ
was
からん
taken.
ってこと
Maybe they stole your underwear.
そういうのは全部持
I
ってきて
bought
る
all
わよ。
that with me. Do you want me to sue you for sexual harassment?
うひーそれだけは
Please
勘
don't.
弁
まあ、
My room's always a mess anyway, so it's possible that it just looked like someone ransacked it. If I wanted to be optimistic, that is.
鍵が開けられてたって
They say the lock was forced, so it's almost certain that somebody broke in.
実は
Actually, the same thing happened to the office not too long ago. It's not just a coincidence. Someone is after something you've got.
そうね。
That's right, and I think I know what it is. What is it?
クリスのノート PC
Yusu's laptop.
あれか
That. Putting all the pieces together, it seemed the most likely option. I could be sure that whoever tried to overwrite Kagari's memories was the same group that attacked her in the other world line. Whoever those people were, they were after the time machine theory hidden in Krisu's memories. But since their experiment had failed and Kagari had escaped, they turned their attention to the other thing Krisu had left behind. The laptop and hard drive that Maho had. But if they were after that, did that mean they had it now?
つかその PC って
Wait, is that computer the one you gave me?
何
What?
実はね、どうしてもパスワードを解
Laptop and
析
the
した
password
く
at the
て
same time?
ここに困るようになって
I really wanted to crack the password, so once I started staying here, I gave it to Hashira.
それじゃあ
Man, the laptop,
無事のはずよ。
they should be safe, right?
もちろん
Yep, it's in my secret hideout right now. But since I've been so busy with hacking CERN, I haven't had time to analyze it.
まだパスワー
That
ド
made me feel a lot
解析できて
better.
ないけどね
Now, if only we knew who had broken into her room, but it wouldn't be that easy. Still, if they'd done something like that, they must be starting to panic. What would they do next? Wait a second.
もしかしたら
We may be able to use this.
使えるって
Use it? I didn't want to waste time explaining, so I just took out my phone and made the call. Several days later, Kagari's condition was getting worse. Staccato footsteps echoed through the darkness. Akihabara got quiet early. The ever-busy electronic stores, the concert halls that were filled with cheers, and the coffee shops that were full of laughter, all of that gave way to silence as soon as night fell. A single set of footsteps walked slowly through the silence, never breaking rhythm. They belonged to a girl. It was dark, and so it was hard to see her clearly, but it was very clear that she was acting strange. She had a cap pulled down over her face and was trying to avoid letting anyone see her as she walked, as if she was hiding from someone, as if someone was chasing her. And just as she was about to turn a corner, several men jumped out in front of her. The girl stopped in surprise. Suddenly, there were men behind her, too. Kagari Shina, right? Just the looks of some of these guys. Like, the guy in the back right just looks like a B action movie star. And the guy in the center almost looks like one of the characters from Space Brothers. It's hard to tell the other two. Oh yeah, it's even better when they talk English. You'll know they're foreigners from Yakuza when they go, "Hey, boy!" One of the men spoke. His Japanese was fluent, but if she listened carefully, she might have detected a trace of a foreign accent. The girl they called Kagari was helpless as they surrounded her. One of the men thought to himself, "This is the easiest job in the world." Oh, kinda, yeah. All they had to do was kidnap a single helpless-looking girl. There was no need to bring this many people. No, it wasn't just him. Almost everyone there felt the same way. Yeah, it is. Stay calm and we won't hurt you. The men gradually began to close in. The girl simply stood there, afraid, and showed no signs of resistance. This was too easy. Just as the man smiled and reached out his hand... Ow! He thought he heard the sound of something slicing through the air, and then he fell to the ground clutching his hand. What looked like 3 sausages were lying on the ground. Yeah, Ken makes you do things. Ken pushes you to poor life choices. Before they realized that the sausages were the man's fingers, another man went down from a high kick to the head. The men began to howl in rage.
You fucking bitch!
Yup. They leapt at the girl, swearing, but... One of the men who was trying to attack her from behind suddenly screamed. You need to cool it. You don't want to make a lot of noise either, do you? A huge man came out of the darkness, silhouetted by the moon. I love the concept of Mr. Brown. Like, we all know he'd whoop some butt. I love the idea of him being stealthy. I love the idea of him just hiding in the shadows and just appearing. Like somebody that huge, just like stealth master. Wow. That was all I could say as I watched these tough men go down, one after the other. Okay, so I'm going to save here preemptively, but we should have a save here at some point. So for the ending, we're going for save on January 15th, today. Try to ignore calls from this point on. So when we get a call, we ain't picking it up, and we'll save again there just to make sure. But I knew from his size that Tanoji was strong. It was the other girl that really shook me. Her disguise ruined, Suzuha jumped around like a cat. Each time she moved, the men around her quivered. I knew she'd undergone combat training, but I had no idea she was this strong when she was serious. The kicks from her long, lithe legs were like a work of art. Not bad, part-timer. You too, boss. The men fell to the ground without even having the time to draw their knives and guns. Several days earlier, when I realized that the enemy was probably starting to panic, I came up with a plan. In the last world line, Moika had told me that someone was looking for Kagari. I wondered if that was true in this world line too. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Stealth of Braun. He's just in the background. She is the part-time warrior, so I asked Moika to leak some information for me. A girl matching Kagari Shina's description came down this road at the same time every day. And today, a few days later, they'd all taken the bait. I hung back behind the corner of an alley, watching them fight, and I felt kind of pathetic. But it was obvious that not only would I be of no help whatsoever, I'd actually just get in the way. So it was smarter to leave it to them. Yeah?
そっちはどう?
How are things on your side? I heard Taru's voice from the earphone in one of my ears. Big cardboard box, also good. I'd called him and left the call connected so we could talk at any time.
鈴葉は大丈夫?
Is Suzuha okay? Is she hurt? Taru had been opposed to Suzuha's plan to use herself as a decoy. He must have been worried about putting his daughter in danger. Don't worry, she's a lot more amazing than you realize. Well, she is my daughter, but if she gets hurt, I'm going to hate you forever, Okun. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's basically that, You'd be better off worrying about the people she was fighting. I suddenly heard a high-pitched whistle. At the signal, the men started to turn and run. They'd realized they'd fallen into a trap and decided to retreat. Sorry, not happening. Tenochi's giant arms grabbed one of the man's hands, but there was a hollow popping sound and the man's body went limp. No way, he was dead? He took his own life? Uncle, he's coming towards you! A piercing yell brought me back to my senses. One of the men was coming towards the alleyway where I was hiding. Our goal was to capture them and make them tell us who they were working for. If we couldn't do that, all this would be for nothing. I ran out in front of the man without even thinking. My sudden appearance caused him to hesitate for a moment, but he kept charging without dropping his speed. I saw that he was holding on to something shiny near his waist. Just as he hit me, Suzuha slammed into him with a jump kick. Gotcha. As soon as Tenochi was like, no, you're not getting away, I fully imagined him just like picking up one of them and like throwing him into the others, like Yakuza style. The kick knocked him directly into Tenochi's waiting arms. Tenochi caught him easily, then spun the man's arms around his back so he couldn't hurt himself. Uncle, are you hurt? The Yakuza boss, clearly, Are you okay? I'm fine. Ocarine, what's wrong? What happened? Don't worry, everyone's safe. Suzuha, did we get him? Sounds like it. Something like a scream came out of his mouth. At some point, Tenochi had jammed what looked like a towel into it. He was probably trying to keep him from killing himself like the last guy. Hey, cool it. You're the one who's gonna have a bad time if there's a fuss. But we're still only on the first one. We got 9 more to go. Oh. So he's taking the Aizen route, I see. Gotcha. Then we've got the eyes, then both ears, the nose. There's lots of fun in store for you. His voice was cold. This was the real Tenochi. This was FB. I wanted to look away, but Suzuha was watching without flinching in the slightest. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this either. You're going to tell me in the end anyway, so isn't it better to just get it over with now? Well, shall we go for number 2? The man shook his head violently. Should have just done that to start with. So, who are you working for? Tenochi took the towel out of the man's mouth. He said something in a whisper so small I couldn't hear it. Tenochi's pallor suddenly changed. Stratfor? Hey, you're not lying to me, are you? The man desperately shook his head again. Stratfor, huh? This is going to be a problem. Stratfor, I'd heard of them. Back when I was into conspiracy theories, I'd looked them up on the internet. Their real name was Strategic Focus, I think. They were an American civilian intelligence company, sometimes called the Shadow CIA. It's like we've heard this recently in Robotics Note or something. They specialized in military matters, and their skills had supposedly been put to good use during the Iraq and Gulf Wars. If a CERN rounder like Tenochi said they were a problem, they probably were. This wasn't going to be easy. But now wasn't a time for being scared. You hear that, Daru? Start hacking Stratfor's servers right now. So the chill music that sometimes plays around Daru and just in the lab, the actual name of the track is Okie Dokie. I felt myself starting to relax after I completed my first objective. Taku leaking shit on the net. I mean, he would. But there wasn't time for that. This was where things really began. What's wrong, boss? Something bothering you? It's just that Stratfor is a civilian company, you know? That means somebody's hiring them. No matter how many of these people you catch, is it really going to solve the problem? It did seem strange, come to think of it. Hey, you. Are you really... Tanuchi tried to wring the man's neck again, but... Damn it, he passed out. What a wimp. Tanuchi sighed and took out a rope, then started to tie him up. I'm gonna clean this up. You guys go. You sure? This isn't the end, is it? I was a little curious what he intended to do with them, but... Alright, we'll let you take care of it. I had other priorities right now. I said my thanks to Tanuchi and hurried to the lab with Suzuha. Uncle, hurry! I know. Suzuha ran through the night like a panther. It was all I could do to keep up. The path to the lab seemed far longer than it usually did. We finally made it to the lab. Mayuri, Ferris, and everyone else was already there waiting. And Kagari too. Kagari was lying on the couch in obvious pain. Her breathing was shallow. Her complexion was pale. Something bad could happen to her at any moment. Daru, how's it going? Just a sec, I got the route I used the last time I hacked it. Checking it now. The last time? Why did you do something so dangerous? It was a bet with a buddy of mine. We were going to try to see who could hack it faster. Winner got a year's worth of go-go curry. You know, I'd do something dangerous for a year full of go-go curry. You probably had no idea how dangerous that was. No, you're not going to ask who won? From the way he was acting, there was no need to even ask. Just hurry. Roger. Since their plan to steal back Kagari had failed, there was a good chance Stratfor would resort to even more desperate measures. There was no time to waste. And... Ocarine, you're not looking so good. No, it's nothing. It's not nothing, Nya. Let me see, Nya. Ferris ripped off my coat. You're really hurt, Nya. Okabe, you're bleeding. I tried to avoid looking at it, but there was a lot more dark blood staining the side of my shirt than I'd expected to see. When the man had stabbed me before, it must have gone in pretty deep. I'm fine. You're not fine, Nya. Look at Nya. Get the first aid kit. I'm fine. Casually got stabbed. I'm okay. Forget about me. Mayuri, how's Kagari? Kagari, hang in there. Kagari was still lying on the sofa, panting for breath. The last 3 days, she'd been getting weaker and weaker. That's true. Kiryu gets stabbed all the time. Kiryu is built like a 9-foot-tall brick wall. Okabe is built like a very sad twig. There's a difference. I mean, I believe she could. I would believe it. Her hand reached up into the air. Mommy, where are you? Mommy's right here. I'm right beside you. Mayuri grabbed her hand tightly, and she finally smiled a weak smile. Mommy, tell me, am I just going to disappear? It's okay. Ocarine and Daru will do something. Ocarine? That's right. You know Ocarine, don't you? Kiryu tells the wind to stop. Kiryu doesn't have to tell the wind to stop. Kiryu told it once, and it remembers. Kagari's lifeless eyes turned towards me. Don't worry, just a little more. Just a little more and you'll be back to normal. Huh? Erase me. Kagari? No. Erase me from within her. At this rate, she's going to... Those were Krisu's words. Personality and memory were two different things. Just because she had Krisu's memories, that didn't mean she had Krisu's personality. Then never again, yeah. But...
Okabe.
Please, Okabe,
私を消して。
erase me. Those were definitely Krisu's words. At least, that's how it seemed to me. I remembered what she'd said before. She told me to save Mayuri. She told me that she couldn't sacrifice Mayuri to save herself. Maybe there was a tiny chance that Krisu's memories would safely settle inside Kagari's mind, but even if they did, I knew what she'd chosen. She'd choose to leave. She'd chosen to disappear. I had no way of knowing if the words coming out of Kagari's mouth were from another personality created by Krisu's memories. Excuse me. But there was no doubt that they were Krisu's words. Right now, she was nothing but a formless thing called memories. So why even now when she was nothing but memories did she still have to suffer so much? Why did she have to suffer at all?
ごめんね。
Sorry, Okabe. Clear drops fell from her softly closed eyes.
誰
Daru, did you find it yet?
まだか
Krisu, I asked him to stop myself from screaming her name.
待って。
Hang on, just a little more, just a little more.
まずいよ、おじさん。
This isn't good, Uncle. No kidding. Suzuha whispered to me as she looked out the window. Oh, 1, 2, 3. There's a bunch of them outside. It's
スト
Stratford.
ラト4だ。
Okay, yeah, that's... To be fair, that's not good. She's right.
誰
よし。
Okay, come on, come on, come
来
on.
い。
The tension was rising every second. Was he done yet? Why wasn't he done yet?
シュー。
Got it.
誰
Daru?
シュー。シュー。
Alrighty, I got it. Bingo.
ビンゴ
Lukiko and the others brought the treatment device over, but I motioned for them to stay back as I looked down at the monitor. Maho leaned over Daru's other shoulder.
重要そうなファイルの
Look at the
中から
files that seem important and pick the biggest one.
待ってよ。
Wait, the big one? Could it be this one?
でもファイルネー
But
ム
the file's name is John.
モーツァルトの洗礼名
That
は
was
ヨハネ
Mozart's Christian name. That has to be it.
なんかよくわからんけど
I don't get it, but okay. There are
中に
lots of
ファイ
files
ルが
inside
いっ
it,
ぱいある
though.
んですけど。
見せて。
Let me see. Inside the folder were several files labeled with
フ
codes.
ァイルが増えてる。
There's more files.
私た
There
ちの
weren't
研
this
究
many
段
when we
階
were
じゃ
doing the
こんなに
research,
多くなかった。
which meant that after the Amadeus program was shut down, it had ended up in Stratford's hands somehow, and they'd gone on to do more experiments with
こ
it.
の中のどれかが
One of these
係さん
has to be
の記憶
Kagari's
データの
memory
はずだ
data,
けど
but
K6205 だ
K6205.
K6205
K6205 is Kagari's
係の
memories,
記憶だ
Daru.
誰
Cultural number 620, the magic flute.
K62
K620. I found it!
後の手はずは
Now just do it
す
like
で
we
に
talked
話した
about.
通りに頼む
Compared to Krisu's time leap machine, the process was a lot simpler. Since the memory data already existed, there was no need for a VR headset, or the phone wave. All we had to do was use the decoder program on Kagari's memory data, and then use CERN's LHC to compress it. Then we transferred the compressed data and sent it to the cell phone. Hurry!
完全に囲ま
We're
れた
completely surrounded!
誰
Daru, are you okay? Are you ready?
オッケー
I was waiting. Did he only say Oki?
オールオッケー
Yeah, he didn't say the Doki. Alright, whatever. Okay, do it! Wait! I looked up and saw that Maho was staring at the screen, her features frozen in an iron mask. He said, all okay. Yeah. What's wrong, Hyaja?
本当にうまくいくのかしら。
Is this really going to work?
もし
If
失
it
敗したら
fails, Kagari will be no worse off than she is right now. I reached my arm around Daru's back and put my hand firmly on her shoulder.
大丈夫だ
It'll be fine, I
俺が
guarantee
保証
it.
する
岡部さん。
係
Kagari. I stepped away from the PC and knelt down in front of the sofa where Kagari lay.
岡部。
いいな
Ready? Goodbye. Yeah. Krisu.
来た。
They're here.
了解
Roger. The sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. The sound of the phone ringing. So this is the save. And we have to lock this one so we remember. And we have to not pick up the phone. As all these different sounds filled the air. Listen, Okabe.
岡部さん。
The last thing she said was,
私、
I think that I
あなたのこと。
do. Whether those were Krisu's words or Kagari's, her words were cut off by the sound of the door and the sound of screaming. I hesitated. Not only did I hesitate to answer it, but I almost tried to tap the button to reject the call. But then Kagari's fingers cut mine off. And then her fingers, or maybe Krisu's, tapped the button to answer the call. And then the phone up against her head stopped ringing. That's the right one, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Cool, on the right path. The dizziness stopped. The room was pitch black. There was no one there but me. Even Suzuha, who should have been living here, was gone. Daru, Mayuri, Ferris, Luca, and Kagari too. Everyone was gone. I was so tired and sleepy. I clutched my smartphone and laid down on the sofa. I closed my eyes, too tired to think. I wonder who that could be. It's a mystery to everyone. Wake up, it's lunchtime. Someone was shaking me softly. Ocarine, you're sleeping too much. Kagari will be here soon. Kagari? The second I heard her name, my mind snapped back to alertness. I forced myself to sit up. I was sitting on the sofa in the lab. Outside the window it was bright. Oh, you're finally up. True, Ocarine. Yeah. Mayuri nodded, satisfied, and left my side. I took a look around the room. The table was covered in notebooks and textbooks that seemed to belong to Mayuri. She was probably doing her homework. I could see Daru's huge back hunched over the PC. The monitor was displaying a cute anime character. He seemed to be playing another H game. From the look of things, the only people in the lab were him, me, and Mayuri. The time on my phone said it was just before noon, which meant I'd been asleep for more than 10 hours. Oh no, I must have passed out before I checked to see if the world line had changed. I listened for a moment, and I could hear the usual bustling of Akihabara outside. There was no sign of Stratfor. That alone made me feel relieved. Ocarine, you look like you were having a bad dream. Is everything okay? Yeah. Want some barley tea? You shouldn't have Dr. P right after you get up, right? Yeah, tea's fine. Okay, got it. Mayuri went to the kitchen. Oh, there aren't any clean cups. Just give me a second, I'll wash one. I'm fine, no hurry. Oh, Mayushi, I'd like some tea too. Okay. This all felt like an old memory. It seemed like ages ago when I'd last had a normal conversation like this. This was no time to be sentimental. While Mayuri was washing the cup, I needed to get things straight in my head. There was a world line change, right? In the end, I'd hesitated at the last second. If Kagari, or perhaps Krisu, hadn't stopped me, maybe the world line wouldn't have changed and Stratfor would have caught us. But change it did. I could still feel the lingering sensations from my reading Steiner, so I was sure of it. From the look of things, Mayuri and Daru were the same as ever, and the immediate danger was gone. The reason for the change was probably the deletion of Krisu's memories from within Kagari. Those memories must have included something that dealt with the time machine, which meant that their existence was important enough to control whether or not the world line changed, and I deleted them. No, it could be the opposite too. Maybe even if Maho's program hadn't worked right and the memory rewrite failed, world line would have changed anyway? Unlike last summer, it wasn't clear what was making the world line change now. The first thing I needed to do was see if Kagari's memories had been successfully rewritten. Here you go. At the same time as I decided on my plan, Mayuri brought me a cup and a tray. I'll get some barley tea now, okay? She put the tray on the table and headed for the fridge. I looked and saw that there were 4 cups on the tray. 4. Mayuri, why are there 4 cups? Huh? Because Kagari is going to want some too. That's right, Kagari. Kagari's coming? She just sent me a message on Ryan. She'll be here soon. I see.
何の用で
What's she coming over for?
オカリンが呼んだん
You
じゃ
called her. You sent everybody a message on Ryan yesterday and said we all needed to meet here at
今日
noon.
の勝負第3回
It's our third meeting to try and come up with a way to get her memories back.
メンバーは
Person?
オカリンと僕と
I,
カカリタン
I like how often, like, you just, like, the timeline's changed. It's like, you just did the thing. Of course. It's you, me, and Kagari-tan.
まあ今のところ生
Not that
活
we've had
だ
any
け
luck so
ど
far, though.
俺が
I called
呼
her?
んだ
Mayushi wants to help too, but I've got work today. I could hear Mayuri apologizing from the kitchen. I hope she gets her memories back soon. It must be so sad not to remember anything except the recent past. She didn't remember anything except the recent past. What was going on? Kagari should have still had her memories from when she was a kid. Maybe trying to rewrite her memories had actually deleted them? Okay, Ocarina, here you go. Mayuri handed me a cup filled with barley tea. Oh, thanks. I took the cup, trying my best to hide my internal shock. Probably failing. I'll leave yours here, Daru.
どうも
Thank you. Sound of frantic tea drinking. I gulped down the tea, stood up from the sofa, and went over to Daru. Daru.
何
What's up? I lowered my voice so that Mayuri couldn't hear.
係の記憶の
Did the memory rewrite for Kagari succeed,
それとも
or did it
失
fail?
敗したのか
Daru looked at me for a moment, confused.
何の話
What are you talking about?
え
Huh? That wasn't the answer I expected. I'm asking if we succeeded in deleting Krisu's memories from Kagari's brain.
何その SF
What movie is that? It sounds scary.
オカリンついに
Are you finally back to the old you? It would sound that way, didn't it? What? I froze for a moment. Daru didn't look like he was lying. He had no reason to lie anyway. Did that mean that in this world line, Krisu's memories had never been implanted in Kagari?
ちょっと来い
Come with me.
ねえ
What? I'm playing an H game right now.
いいから
Just come with me. I dragged Daru outside of the room, leaving a very confused Mayuri behind. Wow, it's cold. Ocarina, are you trying to kill me?
いいから
Just be quiet and help me out for a minute. I want to check some things.
確認したいことがあるんだ
He must have sensed that I was serious because after a moment's surprise, he nodded
今
silently.
の係は
Is Kagari missing her memories right now?
そうだよ
That's right. I've said that a bunch of
タ
times,
イムマシンで過去に
including her memories of the future before she got in the time machine.
ないってば
Yes, all she remembers is what's happened lately.
未来のことを覚えて
If she remembered the future, we could at least tell Mayushi who she really
正体を
was.
教えてるし
それはつまり
You're telling me that Mayuri doesn't know Kagari is her daughter, right?
うん
Yep.
それは秘密にしと
We
く
decided to keep it a
と
secret,
いうことは
which means the only people who know that Kagari is from the future are
僕とオカ
me,
リン
you, and
鈴は
Suzuha.
それだけ
Is that all?
それだけ
That's all? Unless you told someone.
そうか
I see.
すまなかった
Sorry, I must not really be awake yet. I had a dream about mixing up with reality.
気にすんなって
Don't worry about it. I live in a dream 24 hours a day, baby.
生きてますからキリッそれにさ
And anyway, it felt like forever since I've seen you. So excited about something. So I actually forgot about this until I was going to mention it earlier. If you have PS5 or PS4, it works on either, and you have the app on your phone, you can have it set so it auto syncs any screenshot you take directly to your phone. Oh, that's, yeah. So, like, you can immediately upload it, including video clips, which is how me and Potions keep posting all those video clips of Elden Ring, because you could just have it sync automatically to your phone. So I don't have to worry about, like, tweeting them out and saving them or, like, sending a message to someone. It's just a nice quality of life. They only started doing it like a few days ago, like a week ago, I want to say. And anyway, it felt forever since I've seen you. So excited about something. If you switch into phone, yeah, but that's still more useful than not. That was still the quickest and most useful way to do it until this. So you know, it's an extra step, but it's not that bad. Instead of answering, I took a second to think. It seemed like there were three main differences with Kagari in this world line. Also, it differentiates between the pictures I take and trophy pictures. It doesn't auto-upload trophy pictures, only when I push the button. 1. She didn't have Krisu's memories. 2. She didn't have her own memories of her childhood. 3. Only me, Daru, and Suzuha knew who Kagari really was. In other words, Mayuri didn't know that Kagari was her daughter.
戻った
Am I back? This Kagari seemed closer to the one I'd met before I jumped to the Alpha World line. Everything seemed mostly the same as before, including the fact that we were trying to get back her memories. Excuse me. Did this mean that a second world line change had sent me back to the old one? If I had the divergence meter, I could tell, but... I was starting to think like I used to. I chuckled at myself. I should stop. I decided to have nothing to do with the time machine or the time leap machine. All I could do was help Kagari get her memories back.
Ocarine,
Ocarine, you've been acting kind of weird for a bit, you know?
いや、
No, I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
ならいいけど。
I hope so.
つっか、
Anyway, it's really cold. Can I go back in? Yeah, I'm cold
超
too.
えてきた。
Daru and I raced back inside the room. When I got back, I could just barely make out Mayuri's voice.
探し物ひとつ星の笑
Gotta sing, you know.
声風に瞬いて手を伸ばせばつかめるよ
At least it isn't. Yeah, for once. Mayuri hadn't noticed us come back in. She was putting her textbooks into her bag, and it sounded like she was also singing a song. What song is that? Huh? It was only then that she realized I was there. Oh, welcome back. It's cold outside. What were you guys talking about? We were just talking about this season's anime. Oh, wow.
今の歌って
Hey, what was that song? Oh, was I singing it?
星の笑う
You know, singing it again does not answer the question, Mayuri.
声
Just saying.
瞬いて
Oh yeah, singing in character's gotta be tough.
手を伸ばせばつかめるよ
I heard something fall near the front entrance. At some point, Kagari had opened the front door. She was standing there with a shocked expression, her mouth opening and closing. Her bag was lying at her feet. She must have dropped it in surprise when she came in. But did anything that surprising happen? Oh, Kagari, too true.
そ
That,
そう
the,
その歌
that song.
私
I recognize it. Huh?
そうなのか
Do you?
そ
That song is... I really like the surprised Mayuri face. Kagari was trying to point at Mayuri, but shaking too much to do it.
その
That song. She fell onto the floor, like a puppet with its strings cut. You know, if this wasn't more serious... If this was less serious, I'd make some sort of reference like, wow, she's spending more time taking the floor than a dragoon. But that would be in bad taste for such a serious scene.
かがり
Oh.
探し物ひとつ星の笑う声風に瞬いて手を伸ばせばつかめるよママ
Mommy? Hmm? What is it, Kagari? What song is that? Hey,
これはね
this is a really important
どんな
song.
歌なの
What kind of song? It's a song to make people smile when they're crying, maybe?
泣いてる人を笑わせる
Is it important to make people smile when they're crying?
それも大事だ
That's
けど
also important, but that's not
こ
all.
の歌は
This is the song that
ママ
brought
と
you and me
家族の
together.
歌があったから
This song is the reason we
そ
met.
の歌がなかったら
So if it weren't for that song, you might not be my mommy?
そんなの
I don't want that. Oh, sorry, that's not what I meant.
何があっても
I'll always be your mommy, no
マ
matter
マ
what.
でも
But,
かがりちゃんには
I want you to remember this
あ
song,
なた
Kagari,
いつか
for the day when you
かが
meet
りちゃん
someone
が
really
大
important
事
to
な
you,
その人が泣いて
so
い
that
る
when they're
時
crying, you can make them smile. Come on, sing it with me, okay?
探し物ひとつ探し物ひとつ
You're really good.
次はね
Now the next part is...
ママどこ
Where are you, Mommy?
どこに行ったの
Where did you go?
ママ
No. Don't go. Just, you know, happiness all over. Every character, all the times. Only happiness. Look at that happy face. Look at that happy face. Just radiates happiness. I wet a towel at the sink and put it on Kakari's forehead as she lay on the sofa. She looked like she was having a nightmare. Yeah, I was so happy. It's okay. This is gonna seem positively... Actually, I have no idea. The thing is, I have no idea what to expect from Chaos Head. Or Chaos Child, except... I somehow just imagine it to be worse, but, like, I don't know. I don't know. Her breathing was shallow and pained. Well, we do, yeah, sitting at the bottom of the jar. She still wasn't awake.
大丈夫かな
You think she's okay?
どうだろうな。
I don't know. She just collapsed out of nowhere after all. It had been about 5 minutes ago when she'd arrived, and then immediately collapsed. Daru and Mayuri and I had somehow managed to get her over to the sofa.
つうかさ、濡れた
Wait,
タオルを
isn't putting a wet towel on someone's forehead what you do when they've got a high fever? She doesn't look like she's got a fever at all. Does this work on people who just passed out?
仕方ないだろう。
It's not that, like, we've got a better option. I don't know of any other things we can
わ
do.
からないんだから。
Neither Daru nor I had the knowledge required to handle this situation. Just to make it worse. Oh yes, oh yes. But since Kagari had no insurance card and no residency certificate, taking her to a hospital felt like a bad idea. All I could do was wait for her to wake up. It started with Chaos Head. Yeah, that was the start of all this. Chaos Head was the start of it all.
ママ
I heard her whispering something. Huh?
今ママって
She just said, "Mommy." We both put our ears closer to her mouth. No,
行かないで
don't go. She suddenly jerked upwards. The two of us just barely managed to avoid getting a headbutt.
危なかった
That was close.
あ、いや違
Wait,
う
no, I missed my chance to do something naughty to Kagari-chan and not get blamed for it. Thanks, Daru. Gotta keep the mood light.
バカ
Stupid, I'm so stupid. I ignored Daru. See, he even lightened the music. He was bashing his head against the floor in frustration and spoke to
大
Kagari.
丈夫か。
You okay? I mean, it's not the lightest of the music and the happiest of the music, but it's a step up.
岡部さん
Okabe? Kagari seemed confused and took her a moment to realize that she was lying on the sofa. Would be a
私
new voice
寝て
line.
たんですか
Huh? Was I asleep? Why?
覚えてないん
You
だ。
don't
ラボ
remember?
に来た途端
You saw Mayushi the minute you got here, then fainted.
まゆりさんは
When I looked at Mayuri, I realized that her tone had changed since the world line switched. More precisely, it had switched. It was back to how it was when I first met her.
君は
You seem to know the song she was singing. The song? Oh,
そうです
that's right, that song. I know that
ど
song.
こかで聞いた
I've
こ
heard
と
it
があって
somewhere a long, long time ago when I was a little kid.
おう来たこれ
Oh, for the win! This is totally a sign that her memories are going to come back.
まゆりさんは
Where's Mayuri? Where'd she go?
あの歌のこと
I have to get her to tell me about that song. Her eyes darted around the
マユリ
lab.
はメイクイン
She had to go to work at May Queen, so she left as soon as you got here.
かがりたんのこと
She was really worried about you.
心配してた
I'm really sorry. They asked me to come in for the lunch shift today, and I really can't miss it. Okarin and Daru, take care of Kagari for me, okay?
そう
I see.
他に
Is there anything else you
何か
remembered?
どんなことでもいいんだ。
Doesn't matter how small.
他に
Anything else? She put her hand up to her forehead so she could think.
う
But then she shook it softly. No,
他には
I don't remember anything else.
歌のことも
I know that I've heard that song before, but I can't remember who I heard it from at all.
かがりたんさ
Did you
今
dream
気
it?
絶してる
Did you dream it all when you were passed out just now, Kagari-tan?
夢
Dream?
うん
Yeah, you look like you were having a bad dream. You kept saying mommy. Oh, you yelled that when you woke up too.
私
I did?
歌がトリガーになって
I wondered if that song might have been the key to bringing back some of your memories or something.
ダ
Well,
メ
no, I can't remember anything.
確かに何かの
I think I was
夢を
dreaming,
見た
yes.
でも
And that dream was very important.
そうか。
I see.
すみません。
I'm sorry for causing all this trouble, but both Daru and I knew this was a big step forward. She knew the song that Mayuri was singing, and she said she'd learned it when she was a child. That would have been in the future, before she'd gotten in the time machine, which meant that there could only be one answer. It was the future Mayuri who taught Kagari that song.
オカリン、ひとまずマユシに
I mean, for all we know, it could have been a really
聞いてみるのがいいんじゃね？
popular song in the future, but, you know, also this works. Ocarine, do you think asking Mayushi would be a good first step?
そうだな。
You're right.
バイ
She
ト
said she
はランチタイムだけ
only had to work the
だから
lunch shift, so let's head over to Mayqueen when it's winding down.
私も行きま
I'll
す。
go too. Kagari quickly stood up off the sofa. Calm down, we're not leaving right away. You should rest a little.
あ、
Oh, you're right.
すみません。
Sorry. And then her stomach rumbled. Ugh. How dare you be hungry? You hungry? We got instant
あ
ramen.
とはマユシ
And
が買いだめ
Mayuri's
したから
chicken wings and bananas too.
バナナ。
I'd like a banana. She seemed embarrassed. Yeah, nothing's more embarrassing than being hungry.
お帰りなさいませ。
Welcome back,
ご主
Meowster.
人様。
When we opened the door to May Queen Nyan Nyan, the usual cat-eared maid was there to welcome us. Oh, Ocarine.
かがりにゃんも。
Kagari Nyan too. Welcome back.
こんにちは。
Hello, Ferris. Meow. Ocarine, every time you've been here lately, it's been with a different girl. I like how it just, like, crumbled meow. So it's true what they say, that you've mastered the aura of a popular college boy. Yeah.
そんなんじゃない。
That's not it.
マユリを迎えに
I'm
行く
here to see Mayuri.
そろそろ。
I figured she'd be about done with her shift. She was working in the kitchen today now. The kitchen? We didn't have enough maids for lunchtime today, so we had her come in to help now. Hey, is it really okay to let her cook?
料理を
She really wanted to cook, but we had her focus on washing plates. Yeah. That was Ferris for you. She knew exactly who belonged where. I told her she could go home, so she should be changing right now, Nya.
じゃあ
Tell her we're waiting outside then.
伝えて
Roger, Nya. Ferris is too good. We waited down below for a bit before Mayuri came out. Ocarine, Kagari. Thanks for coming to get me. Is Kagari okay? As soon as she got out of the store, Mayuri ran out and gave Kagari a big hug. She had a worried look on her face as she peered into Kagari's eyes.
ありがとう、まゆりさん。
Thanks, Mayuri. Yeah, I'm okay now.
よかった。
I'm so glad. You just fell over, so I was really worried.
心配かけて。
I'm sorry I worried you.
でも、
But why did you two come to get me?
迎えに来てくれたの？
お前に
There was something I wanted to ask you.
さっき
About that song you were just singing. I repeated the conversation I had at the lab from
と
Mayuri.
いうわけで
So, can you tell us where you heard that song?
ね。
Mayushi heard Suzu singing it.
鈴葉が
Suzuha was singing it. That's right.
まゆしは
After work, Mayushi studies a lot at the lab.
雨の日はね。
On rainy days, Suzu does her training inside, like push-ups and sit-ups and stuff.
それでね、
And when she finishes her training, she always takes a
出
shower.
た後は
After she comes out, she looks out the window at the rain as she dries her
そ
hair.
の時にね。
And when she does, she always softly sings this song.
っていう歌な
I
の。
never asked her what it's called,
な
though.
るほど
I see. So maybe it was a song from the future then. Like a song that was popular with people in the 2030s, maybe. I like the concept that, like, Mayushi hears it from Suzuha, who almost certainly heard it from Mayushi, who heard it from Suzuha, who heard it from Mayushi, who heard it from Suzuha, who heard it from Mayushi, who sang it for Kagari. Time. It's a song of storms. Yes, absolutely. Maybe Kagari learned it at the same time that Suzuha did.
それなら
So, maybe we should ask Suzuha
そう
next.
ですね。
You're right.
ここまで来たんだ
I've come this far, so I'll stay with you until we find out.
本当
Heard
で
it
すか？
from Kevin Bacon, of course. That's... It all makes sense now. Really? Thank you. My relationship with Suzuha was probably still pretty strained in this world, but she would probably help me get Kikari's memories back.
Holy cow!
Let's head back to the lab. She should be working at the Brawn Tube workshop.
まゆしも一緒に。
Mayushi will go with you.
まゆりさん、いいんですか？
You sure, Mayuri? Yep. Mayuri gave a cheerful answer and then started to fidget as if she were embarrassed for some reason. I don't know how to say this, but when I see you, Kagari, I feel like I have to do something. It's like I want to protect you, or I want to help you. I wonder why. It's strange, isn't it? To be fair, I kind of feel like she feels that way about a lot of people. But I get the point. Maybe it was the bond between mother and daughter. It was going to be a long time before Mayuri became Kagari's mother, though. And also, I think it's sad not being able to remember things. Mayuri, thank you. It's fine. Let's all do our best. And so the three of us went back to the lab. Huh? Suzu's bike isn't here. That's strange. It was here when we left. Just as we went to peek inside the Braun Tube workshop, Tenoji came out. Hey, you need something? Is Suzuha here? I think she was working a while ago. Oh, she left for the day. She said she had something to do this afternoon. It seemed pretty serious. Did you ask what it was? Nope. I'm not interested in getting involved in my part-timers' private lives. That was all he said before he headed back into the shop. I wonder where she went. What do you suppose she had to do? I hoped it was nothing serious. I'll try Ryan. It does specify just try to ignore calls, so we're probably fine to text. But, you know. I think I've got a hint for Kagari's memories. There's some things I want to ask you. Where are you? Go-Go Curry. Go-Go Curry? Delicious. Was she eating a late lunch? Was that important? I mean, yes, it's Go-Go Curry. It's important. Let's go check it out. Wow, that was amazing! The winner of this month's Go-Go Curry Akihabara eating contest is the first person in store history to win 3 in a row! The Silent Slaughterer. Wow, where does she fit all that curry in her tiny body? She's the goddess of curry. The goddess of curry has appeared before us. She should have slaughtered that curry. If you told me she was a real assassin, I'd believe it. Funny you'd mention that. Congratulations to our winner, the Silent Slaughterer. Wow. Wow. Was this what Suzu had been up to? The store had said she won 3 times in a row, and the customers seemed to know her. Did that mean she was a regular? Suzu made her way over to us through the cheering crowd. Perfect, exactly. Ooh. Huh? What's wrong, you three? Sorry, the tournament was just about to begin, so I didn't have time to type out a longer response. Wow, I can't believe you ate that big plate of curry. Eat what you can, when you can. You need that nutrition to survive on the battlefield. The battlefield? Did I hear that wrong? It's probably better not to think about it. So, Uncle, what was this about a clue to Kagari's memories? I explained what had happened so far. Huh? You heard me singing? You should have said something, Big Sis Mayu. You were so cute when you were singing. I thought if I said something, you'd stop. You're so mean. So, where did you hear that song? Mom used to sing it. Yuki did? Huh? Yuki? Your mom's name is Yuki too? Yes, coincidentally. Oops. No, that's not it. Yuki's nickname is Mom. More than one person can have the same name. You should have just tried to play it off. No, yeah, her nickname is Mom. Oh, Korean. Still does not think good under pressure. Nah, that's right. I just always call her that. Do you? So how does she get that nickname? Sorry, we can talk about this some other time. Uncle, over here. Suzu and I stood a little away from Kagari. Listen, is there really any point in hiding the truth about Mom from her? Her memories might not come back, so it's smarter not to tell her, I think. I see. I'd like to avoid that if we can. So Yuki taught you that song in the future, right? Of course. She used to sing it as she cooked, so I learned it that way. I was getting confused. So what was going on here? So, when Kagari was little, she learned it from you or Yuki? No way. Kagari only became Big Sis Mayu's adopted daughter after Mom died. And I've never sung it for anyone. I've never let Kagari hear it. It was all I could do to survive back then. I didn't have time to sing. Didn't even realize that I'd been singing it. She said she learned it when she was a kid, so she probably learned it from Big Sis Mayu. I see. Which meant Kagari learned it from Mayuri, who learned it from hearing Suzuha hum it, and Suzuha learned it from Yuki, her mother. Which means next we visit Yuki, I guess. This is turning into a game of telephone. But even so, if we kept at it, we were sure to learn the truth eventually. I've got to do maintenance on the time machine, so I don't think I can go. Take care of Kagari for me. Yeah. So, that's the story. I explained to Mayuri and Kagari what I'd learned from Suzuha. Though, of course, since I couldn't tell them about the future, I skirted around that part of the story. I see. So next is Yuki, right? Mayuri, can you contact her for me? Okay, sure. Mayuri took out her phone to call Yuki. She's not answering. I'll send her a Rhine. Mayuri gave up on calling her and sent a message on Rhine. There we go. I'm sorry this turned into such a big deal. Don't worry about it. And you know, Mayashi is having fun going on a walk with Kagari. I feel kind of relaxed too, talking with you like this. Oh, me too. Maybe we just get along. That makes me happy. If Daru were here, he'd yell, "Yuri for the win!" Come to think of it, Daru had said he had something to do today, and I hadn't seen him since we left the lab. It was probably something I didn't want to know about. Oh, I just got a message from Yuki. I'm actually on a date with Hashira, it says. Wow, I see. They're dating? I hadn't heard they were close enough to start dating. Was that what Daru was up to? Looks like she's coming to the lab this evening. Evening, huh? That's not for a little while. I don't think we should interrupt their date, though. That's right, let's wait. If Kagari wanted to wait, it wasn't my place to disagree. We decided to have Mayuri answer Yuki's message and then go back to the lab. On the way... What's up? Ocarina, over there! Mayuri suddenly lowered her voice and quietly pointed towards a nearby cafeteria with outdoor seating. Two people we recognized were sitting at one of the tables. It was Yuki and Daru. The two of them were eating a sandwich together. This is... I don't know. I guess since Daru's over there and not here, I'll say it for him. Daru, normals must explode. What do we do? We shouldn't get in the way. When it comes to any matter of, like, social things, default to listen to Mayuri. Hard stop. But this isn't something you get to see every day, is it? That's very true. Mayuri's eyes were filled with passion. She seemed to be truly cheering them on. Should we wait for them to finish and pretend we just happened to walk by? Mayashi thinks that's a great idea. Well, okay. Sounds good to me. Kagari and Mayuri were getting excited. Was this really that exciting? We sat at a nearby table in the corner of the terrace so as not to let them see us. We covered our faces as best we could and quietly observed the two of them. They seemed to be enjoying their lunch. I could just barely make out what they were saying. Ah, Ashida, you've got some tomato stuck in your mouth. I'll wipe it off. No, I'm fine, just fine. I'll wipe it off myself. But you never have a handkerchief with you, do you? Come on, turn this way. If any of my bodily fluids get on your handkerchief, you'll have to throw it out. I will not. Come on, here. I do like this cute little... Daru. Oh. This is the sound of Daru having somebody wipe tomato off of his face. What is he doing? They're getting along so well, I'm jealous. They make a perfect couple. Do they? They do! I don't get it. They look so happy together. That's so nice. Mayuri was watching them with stars in her eyes. And then... Mayuri, are you hungry? Was that... Oh man. They missed the question mark key. How could they? Actually, they hit the right key, they just didn't shift it. I was going to eat after work. Oh, were you? Okay, I'll order something. My treat. You sure? It's my way of saying thanks for helping. It's this translation team, yeah. Yeah, you're so nice, so green. Okay, okay. Mayuri's eyes shone as she looked at the menu. I want crepes with lots of strawberries and cream. That sounds so good. Evidently, the place was offering a special on crepes today. Okay, what about you, Kagari? I just ate, so... Come on, let's eat together. Don't worry about it. Thanks, I'll have the banana and chocolate one then. Roger. I went to buy crepes, being careful not to let Daru and Yuki see me. Another good CG. It's a very good CG. That is the exact look of eating a crepe with lots of strawberries and cream. Or banana and chocolate, that also sounds good. I haven't had a crepe in forever. These are so good, I can't believe it. Right? The chocolate is just the right amount of bitterness. And the strawberries are good too. Here, Kagari, say ah. I've never had it like that as well. Like I've actually only had crepes once in my life, but it was oh man. Back in high school I took Spanish. But there was also French classes there, and they kind of had a joint, like, food day, where some people from the French side of the classes would bring French foods, some people on the Spanish side would bring Spanish foods. So that was the day I was introduced to crepes and fried plantains. I've never had crepes since, which is weird because I loved them. Fried plantains I've had a few times and are delicious. It's good. Wait, what are you making me do? Ah, come on, you don't need to get embarrassed, we're both girls. That's true, but... Oh, you got some cream on your cheek. Oh, oops. Mayushi will get it off for you. Will she make the Daru sound? I'm okay, I can do it by myself. Kagari hurriedly took a hand mirror and a handkerchief out of her pocket and wiped it off. Mayushi wanted to do that. Come on, Mayuri, you can't do that. Huh? Why? Why? Because... When you say stuff like that, it makes me feel weird. Weird? Yeah. Makes me really want to let you spoil me. It's strange, I'm supposed to be older than you. Hikari's cheeks flushed red as she stared into Mayuri's eyes. Yeah, that means you love me, right? What? Mayushi loves you too. Mayuri, Oh, she doesn't really mean anything by it. Don't let it bug you. She doesn't? Hey, give Mayushi a bite too, okay? Oh, fine. Here, say ah. She was already saying ah. Mayuri took a bite of the crepe in Kagari's hand. To someone else's eyes, it must have looked like two sisters feeding each other crepes. Of course, Mayuri would be the little sister. But it didn't look like that to me. It looked like a little Kagari was blushing and stretching a hand out towards her mother. Clearly, yes. I really did want to get her memories back. I can only imagine what the future was like after World War III occurred. But no matter how bad it got, families still must have gotten together to eat dinner. Maybe this happened in the future too. That would have been a very happy... Ocarine? Huh? What's wrong? You're spacing out. Oh, sorry. I was thinking about something. Do you want a crepe too? Why not go get one? I'm fine, I just ate. And the crepes look so sweet that I lost my appetite. Oh, psh. No. Oh, I know. Mayushi will give you a bite of hers, then. You can have one of mine, too. I suddenly found myself with two smiling girls shoving two crepes in my face. Come on, stop that, it's embarrassing! Without even thinking, I tried to move my chair back, only to get caught on the leg of the table. The rest of the cafe watched me as I fell flat into the ground. I ended up attracting a lot of attention. As a result... Is that you, Okabe? What? Ocarine, what are you doing here? They found us. We explained to the two of them how we found ourselves here. Jeez, you should have said something. We didn't want to interrupt. It's embarrassing to think that you've been watching us the whole time. Daru's face was as placid as a sage's. Knowing that we saw him like that must have snapped his mind in half. So, Yuki, how about it? Do you remember where you heard that song? I do. It was really recent. I work as a dessert cook. I work at a dessert cooking class. I'm the teacher's assistant. You know how I love to make snacks, right? I'm still learning though. All their desserts are really yummy. I see. Let's make some soon, Kagari, okay? Yes, please. I tried to get the conversation back on track. So, what's the deal with the song in this class? Oh, right. One of the students in the class is always singing it. I don't think she knows she's doing it, but she always looks really happy when she does. I picked it up at some point. Is that student someone you know? Someone I know? I don't think so. She's an older woman. We played the game of telephone to this point and ended up with someone who had nothing to do with any of us. Maybe it was a really common song and Kagari had just happened to learn it from hearing someone sing it in the future? No, it's too early to assume that. Let's try getting a hold of that student. Yuki, can you contact her for us? I know you can't tell us her private information. I don't mind, it's a class, sure, but it's not that big of a deal. I know her email, I talk to her all the time. Yuki took her phone out of her pouch and started to fiddle with it. She seemed to be looking at a list of addresses. Oh, here we go, this is her. She turned the phone towards us. Seeing the name of a person we'd never met wouldn't do us any good, but we looked anyway. Huh? 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 What? That name! That's Okarine's mom! There was no doubt about it. That was my mom's name. There you go. That's what we're gonna save for now. Just keeps going. Keeps going. Yeah. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Viper's of Viperland. Having a good time. Definitely no sadness ever. No. No knife twisting for Okabe tonight at all. And yeah, we're on the path to the third ending. Fourth ending, we'll just take the other path there, and then fifth will be towards the end. Tomorrow we're going to play some Elden Ring. Going to start at 6. Saturday, I don't know yet. If I stream, it's Elden Ring. I can't give an accurate time because I'm maybe hanging out with friends, may not. Sunday will be this at the usual time, 8 p.m. And let's be honest, Monday's going to be Elden Ring. The Power of Cats. Well, the appointment is at like noon for the cats. It's just a matter of whether I'll be hanging out with friends afterwards. And like the appointments are for like 50 minutes, so like I'd be back earlier if I end up going straight here, but we may hang out. I don't know. But the Power Cats is going to be good. Cat Cafe. The only one in Connecticut, to the best of my knowledge. But yeah, that's the plan for now. We got ourselves a monster, equipped, a Discord, a K, and obviously the big shoutouts to Atelier for the heckin' resubscription, 44 months. I hope Atelier, like, they always pop in for the resubscription. I don't normally see them in chat, which is fine. Like, if they're just lurking and having a good time, cool, hell yeah. But I hope they're still enjoying. And everybody in chat, hanging out, having a good time. I need to get some sleep. I'm tired. I don't know if I will get used to the Ks. No. I didn't like them. Never. Never. You know what, in fact? No. This has been Viper's of Viperland. Thank you all for tuning in, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Different timeline, maybe.
Lord, if you're there, please infuse my nuts with the power of 1,000 suns.
I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light!